Testing, testing. Hope my audio's a-okay for everybody who's watching. Might be a little bit on the loud side. Let's turn it down just a smidge. How about maybe right about there? I don't know how my audio sounds today, but how's my audio? Let's put it down a little bit. I think probably right about there. Great. Welcome, whether you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok. Howdy, howdy. Hope you're having a spunktacular Friday. That was a terrible choice of words. Water bottle is not full, but close. Did I get plenty of sleep? I got some sleep. Unfortunately, I just don't sleep as much at home as I would like to, but I got more sleep than I usually do, so that's good. Yeah, look, it was a bad choice. What times are you live? Usually I start around 7:30 or so Central European time, but starting in a few weeks I'll be, who knows what time I'll be live. What beer should you drink? Try a Hefeweizen. Those are generally pretty good. And we have our first guest. Remember to like the live, share this with as many people as possible, do all of the buttons that you should press. Nash, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Just had a couple questions.
All right. Before you ask those questions, though, I have to ask the usual ones. What God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God, but I'm arguing just for an existence and a necessary being.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. Like, how would you describe change, like, under your worldview?
I tend to want to describe it in a sort of illusory way. Namely, it's just a feature of minds that exist in a space-time rather than something that is like intrinsic. Like I take a kind of a B theory approach to time, so I view change as sort of an illusory thing.
Doesn't that create like a bunch of ethics problems though, like a B theory of time?
I don't think so. Why would it?
Well, because if
ethics problems,
if all right, because if all things in time, all points in time exist equally, then what doesn't that undermine free will?
Oh yeah, I don't think free will exists.
So if free will doesn't exist, then why should we incriminate people? They're just I guess persecute people who are doing stuff illegal.
For the protection of societies.
Yeah, but it's like it doesn't matter though, right? Free will doesn't exist. It doesn't matter like what we do. B theory of time would just be all points in time exist equally. So it doesn't matter what we do.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? I mean, what we do still is what we do still has influence. It just happens to be that what we do is determined, but that's neither here nor there.
I could be wrong, but in a B theory of time, there is no cause and effect, right?
It depends on how you're defining those things, but you can still have cause and effect in B theory.
You can still. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, you would just. You clearly still have a notion of causality, namely that you have like a future. You have a point, and it has a future, and it has a past, and you can also talk about. You can still talk about forces, and you can talk about those forces causing actions, and so on. Like there's no issue there.
Okay.
Like physics still works in B theory.
Yeah, I've never really talked that long with people who have a B theory of time, so I kind of just want to understand it.
Sure.
You don't believe free will exists. I believe that creates a lot of ethics problems, right? Because we don't get to choose whether or not we commit a crime. It's gonna happen because we don't have free will,
Okay, but what does that have to
right?
do with like so? All that means is that we just redefine what we mean by culpable or responsible, and now we have no issues. If we define culpable
Right.
or responsible as saying the proximal cause is, the brain of such and such an organism, then there's no issue.
Okay. So Can you mind redefining the word responsible then? Because like they wouldn't. Would you say that
Yeah, that's how
in
the thing I just gave you would be a rough way that you could define it.
Okay. So, but like under most peoples who don't believe in the B theory of time, would you say that a person isn't responsible for the crime that they commit? In a sense, like not outside of a B theory of time.
Well, I don't know
Like
what.
if you,
So are you asking me, viewed from the perspective of somebody who doesn't understand a B theory of time, is their definition of responsibility applicable to the definition of responsibility for someone who doesn't believe that free will is real?
yeah.
No, of course not. But that's just because they're using a definition for a worldview when the person that you're trying to apply it to doesn't hold that worldview. So like, it's not. It's kind of like an irrelevant question.
Okay. Yeah. I just don't understand B theory of time, but
I mean, to be clear,
how
like B theory of time is like wildly popular amongst physicists because it's almost required by relativity.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll definitely like look into it. But I did want to kind of go back to like how would you describe a change? How would you define change happening? Does change exist or is it something in
So
non-existence going
it
okay?
depends on what you mean. Do you so surely the state at some moment in time now is different from the state at some moment in time later. The question is do those moments in time have like genuine distinctions? Is there like a genuine notion of like now versus before and versus, or like the past versus the future? That's a different question. But yeah, I mean, you can still have change insofar as there are different states of affairs at different moments of time.
Okay, so they're different states of affair. That's how you describe it. Different
Well,
states of
I
affairs at
mean,
different
so
moments
so
in time.
change just means that like when there is change, that just means that two things are different, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm changing into a rock just because me and a rock are different.
When we're
How would
talking
you say the
about
rock
when
is
we're talking
different?
about the change of a state, what we mean is that that state is different in two different sense, or is different at two different, you might say moments of time, right?
But how does that happen? How does it go from one thing to
How does
something
it
different?
happen? I
Yeah.
mean, we have physical laws that describe the behavior. I mean, the actual reason why things obey those physical laws, it seems to be the way that quantum fields behave. They seem to have certain properties. Some people say words like they have certain powers and certain dispositions.
So you're telling me like that's just the way it is?
I mean, yeah, like that's you're asking me why quantum fields obey and have certain behaviors. I don't know how I should answer that besides just yeah, they just have those behaviors.
I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of a refusal to like go into it more. You're just saying,
I,
"Oh,
I
it
mean,
just kind of is the
why
way it
why do you
is."
think? How do you explain change? Like,
I
I think
would
that this
say
is I think that you're asking me for a thing that like nobody like we don't have the language to discuss. But go ahead. How would you explain change?
yeah, I would just say the change would be going from act to or going from potential to act. That's the only way I can
What is
really, which is
potential?
just like a potential would just be like um what it is, right? What it can be. So like I guess potential from going potential to act would be like, I think Ed
So you're
Fessler
just
puts
saying
it.
change is going from the way something can be to being that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I could use that exact same definition for change. It's still consistent under a B theory. It's just there's only one way that it can be, but and then it ends up that way.
Okay. So then it wouldn't have potential to be any other way.
Sure.
So things would be
But it still has
non-contingent.
potential to be that way. It just doesn't have potential to be any other way.
So everything would be non-contingent?
That's one take that you could have. You could also so I mean, like, we could say it's physically non-contingent. Surely, if you're a determinist, and you take the position that like the initial state is kind of like a given, then yes, everything follows necessarily from that initial state. Now, you might say that the initial state could have been different, in which case, no, not everything is contingent because the initial state was contingent. Sorry, not everything is necessary because the initial state wasn't necessary. But that just depends on what your view on the initial state is, if there was an initial state. The point is that if you accept that the laws of physics are things, they're laws, they describe true relationships between objects that exist and those relationships always hold, then yeah, of course, the previous state will always lead to the same future state.
Right. So I would go into that. Right. So you're saying it just is the way it is, but I would argue like the laws of physics are just concepts, right? 2 + 2 doesn't exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, I would agree. Yeah, the laws of physics are descriptions of the way that stuff behaves. Sure.
Yeah. So what would ground those concepts to reality?
I don't think concepts exist. I don't know. I mean, if we both agree that concepts are not like things that exist, why do they need to be grounded in reality?
Well, no,
They're just descriptions.
They exist. I don't believe they physically exist. I believe they metaphysically exist.
In what sense do they metaphysically exist?
Yeah. So just means like
what
outside
sense?
Like a concept, like an idea exists. A concept exists. They don't exist physically.
In what sense does it exist?
I would say metaphysically, which just means like it is. It just exists.
I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. You're just saying it exists, but you're not like when I say that like a car exists, what that means is that like it's at a place at a time, right? It has maybe it has mass or something. Like what does it mean for a concept to exist?
Oh, gotcha. I think we have different definitions of existence because you're saying existence requires time and space.
Well, at least that's the familiar notion of existence. Maybe there's some like other notion of existence that you're talking about, but like what does that notion of existence mean?
It would just mean it would be a being, like it just exists. Like a concept or an idea.
So it sounds like you're just saying it exists. Like it sounds like you saying it exists would be the same thing as me saying, it barfnagels. And you would ask me, what does it mean for it to barfnagel? And then I would say, it just barfnagels.
Or just barfnagels?
like you're not telling me anything more about what it means for it to exist.
Right. I wouldn't know how to describe it. I would just say that like a concepts exist. Maybe it's only within our mind. Like I don't know, but they exist, right? That's my point. I don't believe we'd be able to point
I don't know what
at a
that
specific.
Means.
I don't know if we would be able to point to a specific time and place where 2 + 2 came into existence.
I think that so the way I see it is that 2 + 2 = 4 is just a pattern that exists in minds. And it happens to be that your notion, the pattern that exists in your mind when you're representing, when you're talking about 2 + 2 = 4, is similar to the pattern that exists in my mind, similar enough that we can communicate. I don't think that they exist outside of being just patterns in minds.
Okay, then I guess this kind of goes into like, do you believe time and space has always existed eternally? Like there's no beginning, no end?
I lean that way, yeah.
Okay, so then would the laws of physics also exist eternally?
Again, so it depends on what you mean by the laws of physics. If you're talking about the behaviors that they describe, then yeah, surely. But if you're talking about the descriptions that we provide, then no, those would be concepts, and presumably there haven't always been minds that can kind of represent those concepts.
Okay, but like maybe I'm not understanding. So if the laws of physics that describe time and space have always existed along with, conceptually anyways, along with time and space, then there would be no beginning and no end, right?
Well, to be clear, I'm not saying that the laws of physics conceptually have. I'm not saying that the laws of physics have conceptually existed forever. I'm saying that like the things that the laws of physics describe may have existed forever.
Therefore, the laws would also have to exist forever, right?
No.
Otherwise, there'd be no way for it. I mean, just the ideas. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Really, maybe I don't have the vocabulary.
So we can talk about. So we can imagine. Okay, perhaps I can just explain what I mean. So if you could get into a time machine and go back in time a trillion years somehow, um, you would observe the same behaviors of stuff, meaning that you
Yeah.
would come to the same conclusions about what the laws of physics are because the things are still behaving in the same way. But all I'm saying is that the description, the way that we talk about these things, the concepts, those don't exist because those, as far as I'm concerned, only exist in minds. Whereas the thing that they describe, surely that those behaviors have always been there.
Okay. Okay. I'm not necessarily talking about like how we describe these things. I guess so. Okay, if you believe that like the laws of physics are just like we are just in our brain, and that's just the way we use to measure how things behave.
Yeah.
Well, do you believe that things like behave towards like an end goal? I guess like things behave.
So the language that I've heard philosophers use is they talk about, objects having powers or dispositions. The electrons have powers to repel other electrons, or they have a disposition towards moving away from other electrons. And that would be like a fundamental property, or like a fundamental property of an electron. But it wouldn't be like I don't know if there's like some purpose, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of atheists use the example of like evolution, just describes how things can come about without God, but like evolution sort of points all living things into the direction of survival. I would just be like, why does it do that? Why does it point things into the direction of survival? You know?
Well, I mean that's pretty intuitive, right? Because the things that so I mean and surely you've thought about this before, right? Like imagine that
Yeah.
you just have two organisms and one has the gene that says try to survive and the other one has the gene that says don't try to survive. Then like clearly the one that has the gene that says try to survive will outlive the one that doesn't have the one that has the gene that says don't try to survive, right?
Okay, so even if there was an organism that had evolution that pointed them in the direction of
Yeah, it
death,
would
or
just
I don't
die
know.
out.
Gotcha. What if it like just didn't even have any DNA written in it? It was just there. Like it's just the idea of it was just to exist. That's it.
Do, I mean, existing
Success.
requires surviving.
I guess yeah. Since we define the existence. Okay.
If we're talking about organisms anyway, right?
Right. I guess I don't know. I'll look into it more. It's definitely interesting. But I appreciate your time. I'll let other people come up. So
Of course. Thanks for being here. Have a good one,
yeah.
Nash. He was polite, asked some good questions. I don't think my views are particularly like um obscure that like I don't think B theory is particularly obscure. I don't think that like nominalism is particularly obscure or any of this stuff. So like I'm always a little bit surprised when nobody has like when it's just alien to people. But like I'm not mad at anybody about that, but it just always seems surprising that like the idea of justice in a deterministic universe is like well studied, right? Um H-Town, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Not a whole lot. What god do you believe in?
I'm Muslim. I believe in one God.
Okay, cool. So what would you say is your best argument for the existence of the god you believe in?
We Muslim overall believe in the Quran, the last book that was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, the last
Mm-hmm.
messenger, and there are many scientific facts in that book which was revealed 1,400 years ago, which at the time there was no tool or science knowledge to be able to predict those information at the moment. So it's just one side of the fact that we believe this religion, and it's the word of God, not the word of a human. And
So just to be clear, I've never been given an example of this. But I've heard this argument before.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has ever given me an example of like a statement, a scientific statement made in the Quran that is
Okay.
unambiguous and wasn't talked about before Muhammad's birth.
Okay. Yeah. So I will give you a couple verses. The first one is about the expansion of the universe. That the universe is expanding. That God speaks in the Surah 51, chapter 51, verse
I'm familiar with that
47.
verse. It doesn't say that the universe was expanding. It says that God, expanded his arms or something like that, right?
No, it's actually, it says that in the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. And also there's other
Wait,
verse that
can you?
talks about.
Sorry, can you give me the verse number, please?
Sure. It's Surah 51, verse 47.
Okay, let me take a look. Because I've looked at this one before. I want to be on read full surah. So, would you make the claim that this is unambiguous?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the term. Could you just like break it down?
Yeah.
The
So when I say unambiguous, are you suggesting that this cannot be interpreted any other way besides a Big Bang?
Sure. No.
If that's then why was the person who came up with the Big Bang not Muslim?
Also, there is another verse in the Quran that talks
No,
about the Big
please,
Bang.
please, we're not moving on from this verse.
Okay. Yes. What was the question? Sorry. Go ahead.
So if this verse was unambiguous, if there was no other possible way to interpret it besides a Big Bang, why is it that the first person to come up with the idea of a Big Bang, why were they Catholic? Why did it take a Catholic to come up with this if it was so obvious from the text?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer this question, but my whole point is that this information was in the Quran 1,400 years ago.
Right, but
But
it's
if
not
later
unambiguous, and
on,
that's my point. Because if it was unambiguous, then you would have had Muslims saying, ah, yes, the universe is expanding for the last 1,000 years.
yeah, because Muslims did not have the technology and the tools to discover those information.
Sure, but they still would have believed it. Why don't we see writings of this? Why don't we see writings of Muslim philosophers and scholars talking about how the universe or how the world must be expanding, and therefore we should seek out to look at the skies to see the expansion? Like, if it's so unambiguous, if it's so clear that it must be talking about a Big Bang, why weren't Muslims talking about this for over 1,000 years?
Yeah, because it's the whole reason behind it is that this is the word of God, not the word of human, and it
So then
just
it's not unambiguous. So then it could have been interpreted another way. And the only reason it's interpreted that way now is because some other guy came up with the Big Bang.
I'm not sure why you keep connecting now with the
Well, because there was no Muslim that was
ambiguous
making this
verse.
claim prior to the 20th century. That's what I'm saying. So it's
Yeah,
not
because
unambiguous.
yeah, because at the moment, like in before 21st century, Muslims in Muslim world, they do not have the technology to even talk about these things and to write books about it. I'm
They
pretty
didn't
sure
have the
they might have
technology to write
books.
books. Of course they did.
No,
The
I'm
Muslims were
not
great
saying they write
scholars in
books.
like the the medieval era.
No, I'm saying technology to go actually physically to the heavens and to build ships and these rockets and stuff.
You don't need to
But
build rockets in order to see the sky is expanding. And like even if they couldn't prove it, they certainly believed it if that's really what it says. So then who cares if they couldn't observe it? They would still write about it because they believed it.
yes, so my whole point is, do you believe that the skies are expanding or no?
That the sky is expanding? No. I mean
The universe,
the
sorry, the
universe is
universe.
expanding, surely.
Okay, if you believe it, then what's the issue with it? What's the issue
The
with this
issue is
verse?
that this verse has clearly not been interpreted that way for the vast majority of Islamic scholarship, which
Okay.
means that it's not ambiguous, or which means that it's ambiguous. It's not the obvious interpretation of the scripture.
Okay, so let's go to another scientific fact. This is about the origin of life from water. That is in Surah 21, verse 30, that God says, and we made from water every living thing. Will they not then believe?
Oh, well, but living things aren't made from water.
Yes. So how come this verse was revealed 1,400 years
No,
ago without
living things are not made from water.
But how come the recent scientific understanding confirms that the water is essential to life? Like without life,
Wait, hold on. Obviously, water is essential to life. Everybody knew that even before Muhammad existed.
yeah, cells consist primarily from water, and even though also the
Wait,
earth began in
no,
aquatic
they
environment,
consist of cytoplasm.
but also water. Like without water, how can a cell can develop?
Well, yeah, because oh, is your point that are you suggesting that people didn't know that water was like necessary for humans?
No, water was necessary for human.
Everybody knew that water was necessary for humans. Everybody knew that. Because if you don't drink water, you would die. Everybody knew that.
That cells itself consists of water.
Wait, hold
Cell.
on. Does the verse say that cells consist of water?
I'm not. Why keep just changing the topic? I mean, when
You're
I'm
the one who
coming
brought
to
up
the
this
point-
verse.
Yeah, because it's the proof that the
Wait,
scientific fact.
Hold
science
on. Okay, what's the
proved
verse?
this recently.
Give me what's the surah?
Surah 21, verse 30.
Okay, so Surah 21, verse 30.
Mhm.
Do then disbelievers not realize that the heavens and earth were once one mass, then we split them apart, and we created from water every living thing? Will they then not believe? So nowhere in there does it say that cells are made primarily of water.
Okay, could you go back a little bit? It says, "We made from water every living thing." It didn't say that.
Yeah. It doesn't say
Yeah,
that cells are made from water. It doesn't say that cells require water to function. It says that we are made of water, and we're not made of water. We're made of bone, and we're made of blood, and we're made of organs. Like,
So you mean that our body does not need water to be
nope,
to function?
didn't say that. I said we're not
Water.
made of water.
So the cells does not contain water?
That's not what I said either. We're not made. Okay, so would you say that? Let me just give an example. Would you say that? Would you say? What? Yeah. Would you say that a computer is made of gold?
Of course, some components, maybe some chips, some
Yeah.
stuff.
Some parts are made of gold.
But actually, if you come to the cell, almost
Would you say that a
70 to
computer is made of
90%.
plastic?
Yeah, the physical body.
Yeah. Would you say that the whole would it be correct to say the computer is made of plastic?
The entire thing.
Yeah.
No.
Is it correct to say the entire thing is made of plastic?
No.
Okay. Is it correct to say the entire human is made of water?
Not only water, there are many other things.
Okay. So then what's the point? I mean, the point is if you're claiming that yes, they know that the Quran got something right because it says that we are created from water, which means that like you took water and then made humans out of that water, then that would be false because that we are made of like 40% other stuff. There's like, water is like 60% of the human body and then 40% of it is like other stuff. And if the claim instead is that, oh, well, this is saying that humans are made of in part from water, well, then that's obvious because they knew that you had to drink in order to be alive.
Our body is actually made of 70 to 90% of water. The cell itself.
It depends on where you're looking. I've seen anywhere from 40 to 70%.
Yeah, it needs for chemical reaction, transporting nutrients, maintaining the shape, and regulating temperature within the cell. Like without water.
Suppose for a moment that it's 70% or even
cannot even
90%.
survive.
If you said that the computer is 90% plastic, and then you said, yes, computers are made from plastic, you'd still be wrong. Because you can't make a computer from plastic. You need other stuff.
Yeah, even bones. If you break down bones, what we come to a conclusion at the end?
Bones are like
Everything
mostly
is
mostly
stuff
calcium
from-
carbonate, if I remember correctly.
So everything starts from the cell.
Wait,
But
and just to be clear, do you think that people didn't know that like you required water to survive?
It's a different thing. Like
How is it a different
need
thing?
water. You need water to drink. But in the verse, it mentioned that we
And if you
made
don't
every
drink water, you die. So it's pretty obvious that
in the
people
verse it
thought
doesn't
that
talk.
water was necessary.
No, people know. People know that without water, there's no life. They rely on water to survive, animals and humans. But in the verse, it says, "We made every living thing from water." It indicates
And
that
so I'm just a little bit
the
curious.
whole point.
So
Yeah.
just to be clear, do you think that humans are the claim is that humans are made from water, right? Because doesn't elsewhere in the Quran it says humans are made from clay?
The very first human, not every human being.
So was the first human was made from clay, but the next
Yeah.
human was made from water?
90%, not the entire human was, of course, from cells. Like 70 to 9% of cells contains water. Without water, cells cannot develop. Cell cannot function.
Yes, water is necessary for life. Nobody disputes that,
So
but
90
everybody
so
knew
90
that.
to 70%.
Everybody
So
knew that.
No, nobody knew that in the 7th century. Who knew that?
Everybody
1000
knew that. Everybody knew that water was necessary for life. Everybody knew that. You have to water
that's a
plants to make them
different thing.
grow. You have to drink water in order to survive. Everybody knew that.
Okay, so who knew at the time that cell contains 90 to 70% of water at the
The
time?
Quran certainly didn't know anything about cells. It doesn't mention
But,
cells.
but Quran mentions exactly.
It
says
doesn't
that
mention
we made
cells.
Okay, let's come to another evidence. Okay.
Wait, just to be clear, so you gave me two. Why did I give you two? There is that verse in the Quran that says that man is made of mud or clay, right?
Yes.
Um,
The very first human being.
so do you think that any humans can be made from clay?
No.
Okay, so then it's false, right? There's never been a human made of clay.
The first human being was created by clay, and God created him by clay and threw his soul to him. Yeah.
So did he have different biochemistry than us?
Definitely, yeah, because he was created from clay.
Okay, so he didn't have cells. Adam didn't have cells.
Probably because without cell, how can the living thing can function?
Well, yeah, that's
But
the question. But if he was made from clay, how can you make cells?
Well, that's above my science knowledge, and
Well, so clay is made
I don't want to share,
clay is made of
false
aluminum.
information.
It's a particular aluminum compound. I don't remember exactly what the aluminum compound is, but I can find it for you. Clay is it's a type of soil containing clay minerals, which is basically it's an aluminum silicon compound. They're called hydrous aluminum phyllosilicates. Now the question is do humans have aluminum in them?
Probably, if I'm not wrong, because
Not
iron.
really.
We have
Not
iron,
really.
But I'm not sure.
But it sounds like from your claim that if the Quran is correct, then Adam should have been like 20 to 30% aluminum by weight.
Not aluminum. It's clay. It's not just.
Well, no, clay is like
it's
20 to
not-
30% aluminum. I mean, like I can get the exact number for you by just doing the stoichiometry or whatever. But like clay is like a big chunk of its mass is aluminum.
It's not just Muslim believe this thing. It's Judaism.
Well, yeah,
Christians,
Judaism
believe
and
it.
Christianity are wrong
Similar.
too.
Well, it's your opinion, but
Well,
they
no, I
have
mean,
their
but
own-
like they all get this factually incorrect because it would be impossible for a human to be made of like 20 to 30% aluminum. Like
Okay, I
that's
didn't
not
say-
how
I
the
didn't-
humans are not made
I
that
didn't-
way,
I
right?
didn't say aluminum. I said clay.
Well, clay is like 20 to 30% aluminum.
20%.
So
Yeah,
clay is made out of hydrous
It's
aluminum
water-
phyllosilicates.
Yeah.
And an example of this would
And
be
what-
kaolinite.
what
Kaolinite
else?
has 2 aluminum atoms, 2 silicon atoms, 5 oxygen or 9 oxygen atoms, and 4 hydrogen atoms. But the mass of aluminum is significantly higher than the mass of oxygen and the mass of hydrogen. So we can just work out the ratios, and you'd find that like it's probably like somewhere between 20 and 30% aluminum. We can actually work out the ratios if you want, but
Okay, this is a broad topic that we talk about, that how come God create the first human being with the clay, and based on your question, my knowledge, my science knowledge is not. I don't have advanced science knowledge to prove it to you, or I don't have the resources to provide it to you. But I probably come back next time to your life, so I can give you more evidence regarding that
Okay,
question.
then there's one more. So since you gave me two, I'll give you two.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not
do
here.
you-
I'm still here.
yeah. So are you familiar with the spurting fluids that come from between the rib cage and the backbone?
No.
So this is Surah 86 verse 6.
Yeah, you mean that God create Eve from Adam's.
No. This is just talking about everybody. I can
Okay.
read it for you. 86 verse 6 and 7. So
Okay. Yes. I know what you're talking about. Let's go ahead, please.
let people then consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage. What spurting fluid do you think that that's referring to?
Could you point out the verse? I can read it, please.
It's 86 verse, or it's Surah 86 verses 6 and 7.
Sorry, could you repeat the verse, please?
6 and 7.
Okay.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think the spurting fluid that's being referred to is here?
Let me read this. Okay. Yeah. This surah is they're punning about the semen.
Yeah, they're
And
talking about semen, of course.
yeah.
And so
About the
does semen come from a location between the backbone and the rib cage?
Rejected emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. Between the backbone and ribs. So they're
Yeah, does
basically
it come
talking
from
about the
between, does it come
reproductive-
from somewhere
reproductive
between
system.
that, between those two locations?
Yeah, because those areas involved in our reproductive anatomy, like the embryological development.
Sorry, so which organ produces semen?
Testicles.
It's the seminal vesicle, actually. Interestingly enough, the seminal vesicle is the thing that does like the main thing. And where exactly are the seminal vesicles located?
I'm sorry, I don't have the knowledge.
They're located in the pelvis, right?
Pelvis, yes.
And so is the pelvis between the rib cage and the backbone?
Between the backbone and the ribs.
Yeah, is it between
Yeah.
them?
So the backbone. What
Yeah.
do you
So
refer-
the
what do you
backbone.
mean by the
So I'll
backbone?
just
Backbone could
demonstrate.
be
So
backbone could be a
so-
vertebra, or also it could be
so here's where
the
my ribs end.
pelvis region.
So
Yeah.
so here's where my ribs end, right? And my backbone's
Yeah.
back here. So like, is my pelvis located like, between here? Is my pelvis somewhere over here?
No, lower than your abdominal
Oh wait,
backbone behind.
but my rib cage stops here. That's the end of my rib cage.
Yeah, it says between rib cage and backbone.
Yeah. So
If
so
backbone
between the rib
means your-
cage and the backbone, right? So that's
Yeah.
like that's the chest, right? That's the chest.
That's pelvic region.
The chest is the pelvic region?
No.
Oh,
Backbone
wait,
means your
but
pelvic.
but what is the region between the backbone and the rib cage? Is that the chest?
Backbone means rib cage. There, it's referring to pelvis region.
So just to be clear, between the backbone and the rib cage is the pelvis, is what you're telling me.
I'm saying that backbone, it's referring to pelvis.
No,
So
the
by
backbone is the
saying
backbone, not the
backbone
pelvis.
Backbone is vertebra. There are many bones in the back. We can say. I mean, there are many
Yeah.
things. There are many
And so
bones.
between the
And this
backbone and the rib cage,
yeah,
is
it's
that
pelvis.
the pelvis?
Pelvis in our rib cage.
The
Lower
backbone
than
is
our
not the
abdominal.
pelvis. The pelvis is a
Lower
separate bone.
abdominal.
The backbone is
Lower-
the spine.
I'm talking about lower abdominal, our reproductive system,
Right,
which is in the pelvis
those are
region.
those are the pelvis
Yeah,
is
those
not
are
in the
pelvis.
abdomen.
No, it's not talking about the abdominal. They're talking
Well,
about.
but the rib cage is in the abdomen.
Yeah,
So how can something be between something in the abdomen and something else in the abdomen, the backbone, and yet
Okay,
be
so
not in the abdomen?
so in this verse, it's talking that between the backbone. Backbone means the
Yeah.
pelvis
So just to be clear, the
and-
backbone,
Yeah,
just so we know, the backbone's like here,
pelvis.
right? That's the
Pelvis
back.
region.
That's the backbone. Here's my
That's
back,
pelvis region.
and then
That's
here's the
pelvis region.
backbone. So this part of me, this is my back, and the bone in there, which I can't show you, but the bone in there is the backbone. And then my ribs are here. So like in this region is between them. Right?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
So the
So
pe- is-
by
is- are you
backbone,
saying
it
that the
means-
pelvis is the backbone? Because the pelvis is not the
Yeah.
backbone. The backbone is the
So in that-
spine. It's in your back, hence the name.
Also, the pelvic or pelvis is also in the back. It's not in the front.
No, the pelvis is in the pelvic region.
Yeah.
The back
so it's
is
still-
not the back is
still
a
can be in
region
the
of the
back.
body. It's
But it
you
still
know
can be in the back.
it's the part of your torso that
So
is
let's-
not the
let's-
front.
Okay, let's think in a broader way. Okay, so our digestion system. Below that, we have our pelvis region, which is our reproductive system. So the food
Yeah.
we eat, consume, it turns to blood and it digests in our digestion system, and through that, the semen can be produced. So it's all
So are
connected
you
together.
saying that what they were referring to here was the blood? They're referring to blood? Not
No,
semen?
Okay, I mean, you're just
Because blood also isn't produced. It doesn't
In
stem
bone.
from between the backbone and the rib cage. Blood is produced primarily in the femurs.
bone. In the bone, of course, yes.
In the in the femurs. Those are the biggest blood producers in the body. The femurs, which are in your legs.
Let's think this way, okay? So, in that verse, backbones is referred to pelvis region, not the vertebra.
So words don't mean words. Got it.
Not the vertebra, but
So when it says backbones, it just doesn't mean the bone in the back, right? It means the pelvis, which is explicitly not your backbone, which is not your spine.
how many bones we have in your back? What
A
type
lot,
of bones?
a lot, but they're all
Okay,
vertebra.
so why-
That's the
so
the
why-
backbone is the vertebra.
Mm-hmm. Only vertebra. We don't have any other bones in the back. No pelvis. No pelvis bones.
That's not the backbone. That's the pelvis.
How about coccyx? It's also in the back.
Yeah, that's not the pelvis.
Yeah, but it's in the back. Pelvis, coccyx, vertebra. There are many other bones that are all in the back. But in
Do you
that
think
verse,
so? To be clear,
okay.
the backbone is a name for a bone, or it's a name for a bunch of bones in particular. They didn't have a good
It
understanding of
didn't-
anatomy back then, but clearly when they say the backbone, they mean the spine, right?
It's not just the spine. It didn't mention the spine. It says backbone.
Okay, well
didn't
then,
mention
so to be clear, you think that backbone, which we can just go look up the definition of the word if you'd like. We can just go look up what backbone means if you
Okay.
want a definition.
Yeah.
Backbone,
what-
the series of vertebrae extending from the skull. It doesn't include the skull, of course. So it extends from below the skull to the pelvis. It doesn't include the pelvis. It's exclusive. it is the spine. So the backbone refers to the spine.
Just give me a second, please.
Like, if they were referring, like, does the skull count as the backbone now?
Maybe. Are you serious, brother?
I mean, according to your definition, if the pelvis counts, then so does the skull.
No. Maybe some part of it, of course, yeah. It could be some part of a skull is in backbone. Some is in the frontal, in back, in
Wait,
side as well.
to be clear, the word backbone is
Yeah.
not, the word backbone isn't just any bone that's in the back.
In medical terminology, human body has different angles. Front, back,
You're
side.
right. The word
Yeah.
backbone
So it also
is
can be so
not,
skull.
the word
skull-
backbone is not just any bone in the back. Right? That's not what the word backbone
Yeah,
means.
there are
The
many
word
bones in the
backbone
back.
specifically refers to the spine. If you
Okay,
look up,
just
if you
check
go to a
this.
thesaurus, if you type into a thesaurus and you type in backbone, we'll just do this live.
Mhm.
It means spine. It is spine. Its synonym is spine or spinal column of vertebrates or of vertebra. Like like the backbone is the spine. This is like the biggest mental gymnastic I've ever seen.
Yeah, so based on this surah, what information I have is they're referring to the pelvis region, the backbone, the reproductive system.
Where is it referring to the pelvis region? Where does it
Backbone,
say any of that?
backbone,
So backbone means pelvis now.
pelvis region, yeah.
So you know why we know that that's not, you know why we know that that's wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
No, you know why we know that it's
Human
wrong?
repro-
Because
human
the
reproductive
ancient
system
Greeks,
and pelvis
the ancient
system.
Greeks also thought that semen came from the spinal cord.
No.
Yeah,
They
they
don't
did.
say it comes from- Yeah, but they
Plato,
believe that-
Hippocrates,
don't
Alcmaeon, they all thought that semen came from the spinal cord. And that's where Muhammad got his idea from. He got it from the Greeks.
The Quran is not the word of Muhammad, just to be clear.
I
It's
mean,
the word
that's
of
your belief, but it's pretty evident that like what so why would it be then that the Greeks also thought it came from the spinal cord?
I don't know what Greeks believes in.
They
but,
did.
They believe in, but for us, this surah is referring
So it's just
to.
a coincidence that the Quran says spine, it says backbone, which is another word for
It
the
didn't say
spine.
It says backbone.
Okay, so
didn't-
the backbone is a synonym for the spine. And
No, it's not synonym-
the
it's
ancient
not
Greeks
synonym
also
for-
thought the semen came from the spine. That's just a coincidence?
No, you're just translating this verse based on your own view. But
Wait. So
overall,
do you
backbone-
agree that spine is synonymous with backbone, or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, is English your first language or no? I don't want to.
No, it's my
I
second
don't want to
language.
assume anything.
Yeah, it's my second language.
Yeah. So I'll just help you out here as somebody whose first language is English. I can assure you that backbone is synonymous with spine. Those two English words mean the same thing.
I know, spine is part of the backbone, of course.
No. They are synonyms, right?
Spine in backbone. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Those are synonyms. They mean the same
Yeah.
thing.
Same thing. Pelvis also. Pelvis
No. The
could also
pelvis
be-
the pelvis is not synonymous with backbone. If you go to a thesaurus and you type in backbone, you will not find pelvis in the synonym list. They're not synonymous. But the ancient Greeks, did think that semen came from the backbone, which then very much it lines up really, really well if that's where Muhammad got the idea from. This is a popular idea. So, of course, Muhammad was going to put this in his book.
No, Muhammad did not write the Quran.
That's your belief, but the evidence seems to disagree.
Okay, so that's your belief. That's what you're thinking. That you're
no, I mean
that
this is evidence that like Muhammad was getting ideas from the surrounding cultures, because
he
this
was not
idea
getting
doesn't
from
originate.
anyone.
This idea doesn't originate from the Quran. It originates from the Greeks 900 years earlier.
Okay. Okay, so you think that Muhammad got this information from the Greeks? Okay, that's fine.
Well,
That's
yeah,
your
I mean it was like a culturally pervasive idea
okay.
that semen came from the spine.
Okay, so let's go to another proof, another scientific fact in the Quran about the skin receptors, the pain receptors in skin that God mentions in the Quran in the Surah 4, verse 56.
Okay, I'm scrolling. Verse 56, you say?
Yeah, Surah 56.
Surely those who reject our signs, we will cast them into fire. Whenever their skin is burnt completely, we will replace it, so that they will constantly taste the punishment. Indeed, Allah is almighty, all-wise. So what's the business about the skin receptors?
Because you feel pain in skin. If your skin peel off, you don't feel any pain because the pain receptors are inside the skin.
That's obvious.
Yeah. So how
But
come
but
people know?
why do you think that this wasn't known? Like this is obvious. If you remove the skin, then you can't feel pain on your skin anymore.
Yeah.
Like obviously, skin is where pain is felt. Like obvious. Like obviously, what right?
Yeah, for this generation, but in the past.
No.
years
Do
ago,
you have any evidence that they didn't understand how this worked prior to Muhammad?
No. Science says that.
Yes, this isn't like some new scientific fact. Like obviously, when you burn somebody's skin, they will feel the pain on their skin.
Yeah,
that's obvious. This is not like some miraculous scientific revelation.
Yeah, it's referring to pain receptors.
No, it doesn't say anything about pain receptors. It just says that we will replace their skin so that they can keep feeling their skin burn, because once their skin burns away, they can't feel their skin burn anymore because obviously their skin is gone.
Yeah, because of pain receptors.
No, it doesn't say anything about pain receptors. It just says about feeling the pain of their skin burning. If their skin, so to be clear.
So why they say we replace the skin? So they can feel the pain again and again, repeatedly.
Yeah, because if the skin is gone, then
there's no pain.
How could they feel the pain on their skin? This is obvious. This doesn't require any special insight.
Yeah. So no, my point is about the skin receptors.
It doesn't say anything about pain receptors. All it says is that they're going to give you your skin back so that you can feel the pain on your skin.
Okay, so let's go to another scientific fact about the atmospheric protection in the sky, about ozone level.
Hold on, if we're gonna do one for one, then it's my turn. Was the moon cleft in half?
Yeah, it was a miracle during the time of Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, so why didn't anybody else record it happening?
Recorded? How come they should record it? There was no camera or no tools.
No. Why didn't like the Chinese write it down? Because if somebody was looking in the sky and saw the moon break in two, clearly somebody would have written that down besides just Muhammad or Muhammad's. Who else? Who else wrote it down?
Google it. People who went to the moon, they mentioned that there is a big crack around the moon.
Wait. So you're telling me there are no ancient sources on this? Like no ancient Chinese people wrote about this. No ancient Greek people wrote about this. No ancient Jewish people wrote about this. No ancient Egyptians wrote about this. No ancient like Italians wrote about this. No ancient Indians wrote about that. Like no ancient people wrote about this, even though everybody would have seen it.
I don't know if there's any context on those.
There are none. There's no record of this ever happening.
Okay, but how about the science that the very first person who went to the moon?
Wait, so to be clear, you agree that no ancient people ever recorded this happening, even though they would have written about it if they saw the moon split in two? Is that what you're telling me?
Why you keep referring to the people that there was no scripture that they talk about
I'm not talking about
the
scripture. I'm just like so ancient Chinese people, for example, recorded all sorts of astronomical events. Like when a new star
yeah.
appeared in like the year 1000 or so, they recorded it because they're like, "Hey, there's this new star. What's that?" So like
Mhm.
obviously, if the moon split in two, they would have written down something about it. So why didn't they?
Yeah, but there is a scientific fact that people who
Wait, hold
went to
on.
the
Can you
moon,
why
they
didn't the
noticed.
if this actually happened, why didn't the ancient Chinese people write about it?
Why you keep referring to the Chinese people?
Because
I'm just
they
saying
kept
that
very
there
very
is a
good records. They kept super good records.
did,
So
did those
why
people
didn't they write about it if it actually
did those
happened?
people okay, did those people physically went to the moon?
They would have seen it in the sky. They would have seen it split in
No,
two.
it's a different thing from
Wait.
seeing
So why
something
didn't they?
physically by your eye.
To be clear, you believe that it
Because
was that the moon actually split in two, right?
yes, yes,
Okay. Could the
and there is a
so was
scientific
this
proof.
visible to
Google it.
everybody who could see the moon at the time?
I'm not sure about that, but there is a
Wait.
proof
So
that
if the
somebody.
moon was physically split in two,
Yes,
why
yeah.
wouldn't somebody be able to see it?
Maybe there was scriptures, but after the flood of Noah, there were many scriptures that got disappeared. It got flooded.
Wait. Hold on. The
Yeah,
Noah's, even according to your religious tradition,
even though
Noah's flood happened before the moon split in two.
no, sorry, it was after. It was after the Noah. But my point was that there were many
So why
scriptures.
didn't the Chinese write about it? Or the
Why you
Egyptians?
keep coming to the
Or
Chinese?
the Greeks? Or the Italians? Or the Indians? Why did nobody write about this?
Let me ask a question.
Wait, you need
If
to answer my
somebody,
question first.
okay, I'm trying to answer your question
Yeah,
a
so why
different
did
way.
nobody write about it?
Okay, so if somebody comes to you and tells you that your brother has three hands, do you believe it?
Maybe, if their brother has a deformity, I guess.
No, your brother or your sister
Oh, that
or
my
your
brother
mother.
has three. No, I wouldn't
Yeah.
believe it because I know my brother
Okay.
quite well.
Because you know your brother and you've seen him physically with your eyes, with your
Yep.
naked eyes. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So same thing. So the person who went to the moon, he noticed that there's a big crack around the moon.
Wait, you're
that
not addressing my question at all. Why didn't the ancient people write about it?
Why you keep coming back about the ancient people? Ancient people,
Because
they
you
were
haven't
like
answered my question.
proof
That's
that
why.
doesn't make any sense.
It makes
With
perfect
that,
sense.
that
People
recently
write
scientists
down
approved
strange
this.
things that happen in the sky all the time. Why didn't they write this wildly strange thing happening? It's a really basic question.
It's a basic question, but you're not trying to understand it. You keep coming back to the
No,
Chinese.
you just can't answer the question.
I
Like,
I
you
did
should
answer
just
the
try to
question.
answer. So, okay, why didn't they write it down? Why didn't the Chinese write it down? Why didn't
Why
the
you
Indians write
coming
it
back
down?
to
Why
the
didn't the Greeks
Chinese?
write
Why
it
you coming
down? Why
back to
didn't
the
the Romans
Indians?
write it down? Or I guess there weren't Romans.
Indians, they have books that they believe the cow or rat is their god, and they believe in that.
I'm
Do you
not
believe in
talking
it?
about
No,
I'm
you
not
don't.
talking about scripture. I'm
Yeah,
talking about astronomical records. All of these
there are
peoples
many
kept astronomical
records
records.
that are false. There are many astronomical
So
records that
okay,
are
you're
false
not
in the
understanding.
past.
So for the
I'm
reason I
trying to
keep bringing up the
understand it.
Chinese is because they keep very very detailed astronomical records of everything that happens in the sky, and they've been doing this for thousands of years.
And you believe all of them are accurate
They are.
based
We
on
can
the
check. We can actually check that they're accurate by using like known physics now. We can just go back and we can run the math and we can check. Oh yeah, they recorded an eclipse in such and such a year. That eclipse actually happened. Oh yeah, they recorded a new star appeared in the sky. We can go look in the sky. Oh yeah, there was a supernova back then. We can go back and check. Their records are super accurate. So why didn't they record the moon splitting?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there might be a book or not. I'm not sure about it.
There's not. They
But
didn't record this.
but my point is that the people who went to the moon, they noticed this, that there is a big crack around the moon, that they are referring to it, that once upon a time the moon split in half.
Okay, what's the evidence?
You can Google it.
So to be fair, you're just conceding the fact that yeah, nobody else wrote about this.
Mhm.
There were no other witnesses of this happening.
Yeah, at the time,
Okay,
Maybe
so I'm
you
glad
know.
you're conceding on that. Now, what's the evidence that somebody said that an astronaut said that there was a crack going around the entire moon?
Yeah, there are many
What's
videos
what?
on
Who said this? Who made this claim?
there are many videos on social media that
Sorry,
people.
I want to know what was the name of the astronaut who said this.
Okay, just give me a minute. I'll find it out.
Sure. Hmm. Waiting on that astronaut's name. I see Facebook posts about it. I don't see any. Oh, actually, AFP fact check. That's lovely. Yeah, I would run too if I was him. Social media post falsely claims the moon was once split in two. The claim is false. The photo shows Rima Aridaeus, which experts say is a fault system similar to those on Earth. NASA has also refuted the claim, saying there's no scientific evidence that the moon was split in two or more parts. Still waiting.
Yeah, just give a few more seconds. Thank you for.
Okay. It was Buzz Lightyear. Meanwhile, well, I may as well go over some. I may as well do some super chats while we're here. We got a few, so we have $5 from Grimlock, as always. W Grimlock, because beloved supporter of Debate Lords. We have 7 Canadian dollars from Michael. Keep it up, brother. Thank you. I will. We have $5 from Fears Interaction. This super chat is made of electricity. Yeah, super chats are made of electricity, and it turns out that humans are made of water. Yeah. Econo NYC with the $2. Blitz, can we see the bone? You may not. And to everybody who's watching on TikTok or on Facebook, make sure, or not Facebook, sorry, TikTok or on YouTube, make sure to like the live because it's a cool thing to do. You should do that. Any results on the astronaut who said that the moon was split in two?
Yes, I'm almost getting here.
Okay, because I found where the original claim came from.
Mm-hmm.
It came from Facebook.
No, it's not. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll give you another minute or so, and then we'll call it there. By the way, do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your home?
Yeah.
Is that what's currently beeping?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Are you hearing something from my end?
Yes, I can hear a detector beeping, and it's either a smoke alarm or a carbon monoxide detector. And I was informed by a friend that I should probably ask to make sure that your carbon monoxide detector isn't going off.
No, really. There's no sound on my end here.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. Yeah. So I found out this guy named Rema Ariadios.
That's not a person. Wait, that's not a person. That's the name of the structure on the moon. We just went over this. Rima Ariadaeus is the name of the fault line on the moon. It's not a person.
Yeah. That's the 300 kilometer, which is 186
Yeah, it's
miles.
186 miles long. That doesn't sound like it's the whole moon, does it?
Yeah, but I same thing with this one. I can bring this information with the next time that you came to live, similar with the clay that you mentioned about the
Okay.
first human being. So these two I already noted. So I'll come with the more information with you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, anything else you want to mention, H-Town, or should I move on to somebody
Yeah.
else?
Yeah. So there's one more thing.
Sure.
Just give me a second. And thank you for having this healthy debate, brother, because I've been to many
Of
other
course.
debates and people are no patience and just yelling at each other. I appreciate that.
So what's the other thing that you wanted to bring up?
Yes, I'm pulling up right now. There's another scientific fact in the Quran about the origin of iron. That iron came from the heaven. It was not originally exist in the earth.
Oh, but that's not
That's
true.
scientific.
I'm familiar with the verse. The earth formed with iron in it.
No, the iron did not exist in the earth. It came actually from the outside.
No. When Earth formed, it had an iron core.
It had iron core, but it was not in the surface. It later on
There
came
was
from
no surface. It was the whole thing was molten. Some of the iron that is on the surface came from the center of the Earth. Yeah.
It came from the outside. It did
No,
not exist
no,
on
that's
the
not true.
surface of the earth.
There's a little bit of iron that came from like meteorites and the like, but no, generally no. Most of the iron on Earth did not come from the outside. No.
Yeah, but there's another argument that science proved that the iron did not came originally from the earth. It came from
Well,
outside.
that's false. Science didn't prove that because it's not true.
Science did prove that we have.
Okay, name me one physicist who makes that claim.
Okay.
That all of the iron on the surface of the Earth came from space.
Okay, I have to go now and take a couple more minutes. But this is another fact about the iron that God mentioned in the Quran, and
Okay,
also there's another.
so I don't think that that's true. So why not next time you come on, you come with the name of the physicist who makes that claim, and
Okay.
ideally a
Just give me-
citation as well.
Okay. Just give me a second.
Well, I don't want to wait while you Google again, so you just come back with that next time.
Okay, sorry. So let me go back with another scientific fact about the
No,
atmospheric.
that was supposed to be the last one. I do have a lot of
Okay.
people in the guest line, so I should let you go.
Yeah, sure. I will leaving now because you asked me about the miracles. That's why I mentioned a couple of miracles about in the Quran that 1,400 years ago that was taught to Prophet Muhammad. That science had no knowledge at the time, and there was no tool to prove that these are actually exist. But thank you anyway.
At
Thank
least
you
that
for
was the
having
claim.
this,
Thanks for being here, H-Town.
Thank you, brother. Bye.
Also, H-Town, if you're still listening, fix your smoke detector. Change the battery, please. Like, please change the battery. I posted a bad informational TikTok, Blitz. What informational TikTok did I post that was bad? Doesn't iron come from space-time, though? Well, everything comes from space-time. All right, let's bring up a guy who says that I posted a bad informational TikTok. All right, Nates, what bad information did I spread?
All right, the one where you posted the study where they said, energy is bounded in an infinite universe.
When did I make that claim? That energy is bounded in an infinite universe?
Well, you posted somebody else's study to try to prove that there's, that you can't create a virtual universe.
Well, not in a universe like ours, certainly not.
But that depends on the requirement that that energy is limited in an infinite universe.
I never made that claim. No, it requires that energy is limited in a finite observable universe, and the observable universe is finite. So there's a finite amount of energy in the observable universe, yeah.
Yeah, but well, I mean, the whole argument goes back to if you could create a virtual universe. If this universe could be virtual, your claim is that it cannot be because
No, it's that we have no reason
there's
to
not
think
enough
it could be.
energy.
It's not that it cannot be. It's that there's no justification for thinking that it could be. The original
But your
justification
argument-
the original justification for thinking that we could be in a universe, and this is the argument that was made by all of the original proponents, is that at some point in the future we will make tons and tons of simulations that are nearly identical to our own. And as such, there will be more simulations of universes like our own than our universe. So it is highly likely that we ourselves would have been simulated. However, it turns out that it is impossible to make simulations like our own, or to make simulations of universes like our own. That is impossible.
But stating that it's impossible depends on a limited energy.
Yes, and there is a limited energy in the observable universe. And by definition,
an
you cannot
infinite
leave,
universe.
you cannot get energy from outside the observable universe into the observable universe. That's what it means to be part of the observable universe.
Yeah, but I think the point of the virtual universe is the observable universe, and the energy comes from without the observable universe.
You're not okay. So you clearly didn't understand the article or the video. The point is that it would never be possible for someone like us to simulate a universe like ours. That's impossible.
But I mean, that depends on like an NVIDIA graphics card. You know,
No, it doesn't.
You're saying that
You just need to go read the paper
saying
because
that-
you're like rather like you're fighting against a straw man. You just need to go read the paper.
Am I wrong that it doesn't depend on limited energy?
Yes, it depends on limited energy because there is a finite amount of energy in the observable universe.
But not in an infinite universe.
That doesn't matter. The observable universe is all you have access to. That's what makes it observable.
No. The argument from the perspective of somebody that's trying to say that the universe is virtual is that the observable universe is a virtual universe. It's created
Okay,
from
you're
without.
not understanding the argument. The argument as originally proposed by the simulation theory people like Nick Bostrom was that it is likely that at some point in the distant future, humans or human descent or the descendants of humans will be able to simulate universes like our own within our universe. So we'll be able to simulate a universe like our universe from within the observable universe. That has been shown to be impossible. Which means that the original grounding for the simulation hypothesis has been debunked.
Right, well, Nick Bostrom's maybe, but not
That
mine.
was the only reason that you could even make a statistical argument for us being in a simulation. If you can't justify that we will eventually make simulations like our own, which means that eventually there will be more simulations than realities, then you have no statistical justification at all for believing that we are in a simulation. It's just faith at that point.
It's I don't see how I don't get how you don't see the self-referentialness of it.
I do. You're not
it's-
understanding the claim. The original inferential reasoning, why people even said that the simulation hypothesis was even potentially plausible, was because it was at some point in the distant future, it would be inevitable, they said, that there would be more simulations than one. That we would simulate more than one universe. And those universes would then go on to simulate their universes and so on. And so we would end up with vastly more simulations than universes. And so it would therefore be plausible, or therefore be statistically likely, that we ourselves are in a simulation. But if it is not possible for us to even simulate a universe like our own, meaning that it will never be the case that there are more simulations in our universe than there are universes, then that entire argument goes out the window.
Because that argument also is self-referential, and you can't do that. That's an incomplete.
Okay,
That's an incomplete
you need to
theorem.
go. You're.
I don't think
this
you're
is-
understanding my argument.
You're
is
not
Nick Bostrom's.
critiquing the claim. Do you understand what the original justification, the statistical argument that was made to justify the simulation hypothesis? Do you understand what that argument is?
Yeah, that's it sounds like, I haven't read Nick Bostrom's, but the way you're describing it, it sounds like it's a self-referential argument as well.
It's not self-referential. It's a statistical argument. It's
Yeah,
just
the
saying that
statistics-
if at some point in the distant future there are more simulations of universes than there are our universe, meaning if there's more than one simulation of the universe, then it is likely that our universe itself is more likely than not to be a simulation. But because
I
there
get
will
the
never
statistics.
be. Sorry?
So, So I get the statistics, but I'm saying that
Yeah. So, but the conditional, the proposition, the first proposition of the conditional fails to hold, which means that it is no longer statistically likely that we are in a simulation. That argument doesn't hold. The argument doesn't work.
okay, so
You should
you
go
have to,
read the
you have to-
paper. You should go
But
read
I
the
can
paper that I cited in the video.
no, I can see the self-referential from here because
You should go read the paper.
just let me make this argument to you real fast.
No, not
Okay,
until you read the
we're-
paper.
Okay. All right.
Bro's arguing about something that he hasn't read. Go read the paper. I've read Nick Bostrom's paper. I've read the original paper that I made the video about. Just read it. It's not even that long. Yeah, I actually read the paper on live. That's true. I forgot about that. This was a live reading that we did, and then I read it again later to make the video. All right, this person is not connecting. Also, my camera or my computer's slowing down a lot, so I'm going to close out some things. Man, I cannot wait till I move, and then I will get a better computer. That will be so exciting. Yeah, moving back to the States in like 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know what computer I'm going to buy. But I'll need to get a new one because I'm selling the one I have. Or I might just throw it away if I can't sell it.
Hey.
Hey, INFJ. What God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay, and what is your best reasoning for believing that God exists?
Because Jesus and the whole Christianity is, in my opinion, the best explanation for everything in this world. And I know the word, but I can't pronounce it very well. It's not that important, but I think that Christianity, the paradigm of Christianity, is very it's just very convincing to me.
You think it's so when you say it's the best explanation, can you give me an example of something that it explains better than some other?
Yeah, I mean, science. I don't disagree with science completely, but some things science can explain. For example, morality or
Well, but
math.
science doesn't make the claim to try to explain morality. That you look at like, philosophers who study ethics to explain morality. Why would you look to science to explain morality when you could talk with like ethical philosophers?
Yeah, but that's the problem. We don't have a grounding for our moral beliefs.
If you ask philosophers, most philosophers are atheists, by the way, and most of them will tell you absolutely there's a grounding for their moral and ethical beliefs.
What would be an example for a grounding?
I mean, it depends on the philosopher. Some will tell you that like there are platonic goods.
I think it's pretty arbitrary.
I think, well, I mean, just because you think it's arbitrary doesn't mean that they don't have an explanation for morals.
Yeah, I mean, there are explanations, but if everyone has their own explanation, we can't just
Well, and you have your own explanation. So does that mean your explanation is arbitrary?
No, my explanation explains humanity as a whole,
So do theirs.
Not just my own. Yeah, but in terms of where humans and how they develop, but not why humans even exist in the first place.
You would
or
ask. You
why.
would talk to a biologist to figure out why humans exist.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but my question is why humans are acting in the way they are acting.
Yeah, and you would talk to like an ethical philosopher to figure out why an ethical philosopher, or perhaps a psychologist, to figure out why humans act the way they do.
Yeah, and do you
There
think
are answers to all these questions. I don't see why you need Christianity for this.
Every answer from them is the same, or it's just also
It depends on what field. I mean, like there's disagreement. Like I mean, there's disagreement amongst Christians of how ethics come about, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So Christians will so just because not all Christians give the same answer, does that mean that Christianity is false, or Christianity doesn't get the answer right?
I mean that Christianity. I mean the Christians themselves can be fallible. I mean the Christian paradigm, the
so
story
can
of
philosophers,
Bible.
but that doesn't mean that the philosophical paradigm isn't false.
I mean,
or is false.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Christians. I'm talking about the Christian worldview, that it can account for many things that other philosophers or something like that can't explain.
But
For
philosophers
example,
can account for it. Other like atheist philosophers can account for morality. They will give like depending on who you ask, you will get many different accounts of morality.
yeah, that's a problem for me.
Why is that a
Different-
problem? It seems like the more accounts you have, the more likely you are for one of them to be right.
Yeah, I'm asking why people are so arbitrary in their beliefs.
Who's
We have
arbitrary? Who
Yeah,
says
the
anything
people
about
that-
anybody being arbitrary?
They just say what they prefer. They just say I like this, and people do this because they have experienced this. But
No, they have justifications for their beliefs. It's just those justifications are convincing to some people and not convincing to other people.
yeah, but why? I don't see how.
I mean, your belief
can
system
even
isn't
make
convincing to
sense of
most
it.
humans on Earth. So does that make it more likely to be false?
What can you
Yeah,
repeat?
most humans on Earth are not Christian.
Yeah, I know, but
So then, does that mean your belief system is false?
no, that hasn't.
So then,
have
who
something
cares
to
how
do
many
with,
people are convinced by
numbers.
something?
It has something to do with the worldview. Christian
Well,
worldview
okay, so
can.
but
things.
atheist worldviews can also account for morals. There are just different atheist worldviews that account for morals in different ways.
Yeah, but the story of the fall can explain why evil exists, for example.
Yeah, and
And
the story and
also-
evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology can explain why evil exists on an atheist worldview. What's the issue?
Yeah, can you do you have a grounding for evil, or what would
It depends
be
on what your
ground?
view is on like what evil is.
Yeah, but-
Some people
but you
absolutely
have
will,
different-
if they have
don't
like some
you
sort of
personally-
realist position on morals and on like virtues and things like that. Some people will be anti-realist towards that and say, "Oh, evil is just a
You are a
conceptual thing
realist?
that doesn't exist on its own."
Do you think that morality, moral truth claims are all equally true, or
Do I think truth claims are all equally true? I don't even know what
yeah,
the question
I mean
means.
moral truth claims. For example,
Do I think
can't
all
do
moral
this.
truth claims are equally true? No.
yeah, what's your grounding for that?
I have certain stances and values, and if they don't align, if a truth claim doesn't align with my stances or values, I would deem it false.
Yeah, but these are just yours personally, so
Yeah.
you can't convince anyone then or not.
I can
mean,
convince people by using language and communicating. That's how everybody convinces everybody.
But what would be that would be meaningless, or I don't
How
see
is
how
that
you-
meaningless? What?
You just say.
Have you ever
"I like
spoken with a
this,"
moral anti-realist before?
And yes, some I talked to some relativists, moral relativists, but
I'm not a relativist.
but that is your position. If you say
My
everyone
position
has
is
their own-
anti-realism, or better phrased as appraiser subjectivism.
that would be relativism, more relativism. I would.
Moral
mean-
relativism implies some sort of comparative behavior. I'm not making any sort of comparisons.
Okay, but so you're just grounding moral truth claims on yourself, that they are true because you say so, or
Yes.
oh, so your argument is that that is evil and that is good because I think so and I feel so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I mean that would be wouldn't that be meaningless? Why would we debate in the first
Why would
place?
that be
I can
meaningless?
also- because I can say God is good because I say so. Then it's my
Yeah,
opinion.
you could say that, and if you're making the claim, if you're making just a subjective claim that you feel like God is real, then I wouldn't disagree with you. I'm sure you do feel like God is real, but you're making an objective claim. You're saying that God actually is real, that God actually exists in the external world, and that's not a subjective claim. That's an objective claim.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah,
when
okay.
we're talking about morals, my view is that all morals are subjective claims. And so, yeah, my morals
but
come
then
from my worldview. Absolutely.
Evil and good are can be used synonymously, or
No,
because there's no difference.
they're not they're antonyms, not
Objectively, there's no
synonyms.
difference.
Sorry?
In an objective view, there is no difference between good and evil. Then
That's like saying in an objective view there is no difference between disgusting and tasty. But I don't even know what that means.
that's true. But why do you?
No, it's not true. It's a nonsensical phrase. What does it mean? Like
but
objectively,
encountered-
wait, does it make sense to say that like from an objective worldview there's no difference between ugly and beautiful? Like what?
Yeah, but then all language becomes just language becomes relative then, or
Obviously language is relative. Obviously, yes, the language is meant to communicate shared ideas. So if you share an idea with somebody, then you can
The
use
logic
language
in
to
la-
communicate that. And if you don't share an idea with somebody, then you
The
can't
laws
use
of
language to
logic-
communicate with like what?
wouldn't be the laws of logic then be violated if you say everything is just one thing can be the same the thing, or one thing can be good and evil at the same time.
I don't
Or
think
one
that that's I don't think that a thing can be good and evil at the same time in the same way.
Yeah, but one person can say I like killing people, it's fun, and the other
Yeah.
say I don't like that.
Yeah, okay. And how is that a contradiction?
Where's the difference then? What is more valid? How do you know that?
Well, so I'm an appraiser subjectivist, which means that I take the position that I don't care about anybody else's opinions. I don't care about anybody else's views on morality. The only thing that I use to evaluate the morality or the ethics of a particular action or situation is my own values, my own views. So I don't. So
you're
if somebody else,
basically-
if somebody else says, I think, or if somebody else says murder is good, I'd be like, no, murder is not good. You are incorrect.
Yeah, but then you would use that as so would say everything you say is axiomatic, or what? This is bad because it's just
it's not axiomatic. They come from my values, my experiences, my upbringing, my psychology.
Yeah,
These are all, in some sense, these are like derivable features of me.
Yeah, but your feelings are not objective. That's the problem.
No, okay, I'm not making the claim that they are.
So how can you even say something? Why do you say something if everything is just your personal view?
Have you ever said that? Do you
Want to
like
convince
pizza?
someone?
Do you like pizza?
Why do you want? Yeah, that's the problem. Why do you want to convince someone that pizza?
Wait, do you
pizza
like
is,
pizza?
Not tasty or something.
Do you
like that,
do you like
if
pizza?
say that. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so why would you even say that if it's not objective?
Yeah, because you asked me.
Yeah, but why would you even answer if
You
it's
asked
not
me
objective?
if I like pizza. I've answered.
But why would you even answer if it's not objective?
Yeah.
So communication, we can communicate objective things like, yes, the sun exists. That's a thing that's like objectively true, right? And we can also communicate things that are subjective, like, yes, pizza is delicious. We can use language to communicate both things.
Oh, sorry, my internet was gone for a second. Can you just repeat what you just
Yeah,
said?
so we use language to communicate objective things like the sun exists. That's objectively true, right? And then we also use language to communicate things like ice cream is delicious. That is a subjective statement. So language is useful both for communicating objective and subjective things.
Okay, but why would you want to prove that ice cream is delicious? If you say that,
I wouldn't try to do that. I wouldn't try to do that because I don't really care if other people. I don't really care if other people eat ice cream. I do care if other people like murder other people. So that's why I would want to prevent other people from doing that.
Yeah, but what if that's just their taste preference?
Yeah, and if I preferred, if I really cared about like people eating ice cream, I would try to convince people to like ice cream. But I just don't care about that very much. I do care about murder a lot.
Why do you care about murder?
Because I feel more strongly about it than I do about ice cream.
So you're just basing everything on your personal feelings.
Yep.
Yeah, I can live with that. No.
No, instead you base them on God's personal feelings?
Yeah, because I think he created us or not, and he knows us.
Is everything that could God ever command something evil?
No.
Would you say that God commanding the slaughter of children was good?
I mean, no. I mean, yes. It wasn't. I mean, justice is good, right?
Oh, so sorry. What crime did babies commit?
They didn't do crimes.
But then why were
on
they?
what
Why did
basis
God
is,
command their slaughter?
Why is death meaningful now? Why is death so?
This is under your worldview. This is an internal critique.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, I know, but I say that it wasn't evil. It wasn't very evil because God has the power over life and death.
So you would so when God commands babies to be slaughtered, you say, "Good job, God. That's a righteous crime, or a righteous command."
I mean, of course, because you can't critique that.
It's an internal critique.
Yeah.
So under your so just to be clear, under your worldview, you find God's command to slaughter babies as just, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, my framework is that God is also has the authority over life and death.
Okay, so that's great. So you've reductioed yourself, but we can keep going if you'd like. If God commanded you to go down to the local orphanage and adopt, like 6 children, and then grind them up into meat paste and spread them on toast and then eat them, would that be good? Would that be a good command that you would follow?
You're just doing emotional appeals now.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing, because your worldview is absurd.
Yeah, but that's just your taste preference, like you said. So
this is not about my moral worldview at all. This is about the audience who are seeing how absurd your worldview is. Because under your worldview, you are required to say, yeah, it's fine. If I would absolutely listen if God told me to grind up a bunch of children and spread them on toast. Like, you would just be like, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, why would he do that? Why would
Does he need a reason?
that?
Does he need a reason? Everything that he does is good.
Oh.
Who are you to question God?
But he didn't command me to do that. But
it's a hypothetical. I'm asking if he did.
Hypothetical.
If he did, would you do it?
I would say, of course. I mean, I would do it because it's God, right?
Okay, so your worldview, or your worldview, your system of morals is arbitrary. There is nothing that God couldn't make good.
No, it's not.
God could command you. God could command you to just go like no. It is, because anything that God says to do will automatically become good, which makes your ethical framework arbitrary. It's subject to the whims of a god.
On God.
Yeah, and those whims do not need any justification. They are arbitrary.
How? Because
Because
if
he
I
could just
base
command you to
off
do
that,
something. He could command you to do something that yesterday you thought was evil.
Yeah, because we have the basis that, I mean, we have authority that tells us, because God is also our creator. It's not only about morals. It's
That
also
seems
about,
irrelevant.
yeah, but I would say it isn't arbitrary because you base everything on God. It's
Yeah,
him
but
that you
God's
follow.
will is arbitrary.
That is just what you see, but
Well,
I
wait,
don't
wait.
think it's arbitrary.
So can God do anything?
Yes.
Okay, so can God command you to do anything?
Yeah.
So then God could do anything. God could make anything moral,
Yeah, of
or
course.
make anything evil, which means that your worldview, like you have no framework on which you can judge whether something is ultimately evil or ultimately good, because it could change tomorrow.
Yeah, he is the creator of everything, of course. he
Okay,
can
so
control
would you say that a worldview is objective if it could change tomorrow?
It depends on what you are.
Would you say that an ethical framework is objective if it is not always the same? If it changes?
If it changes, it would be not. I mean, it would be objective still.
So objective things can change.
Yeah, because God is the creator of objectivism.
Wait, can God change?
No.
Oh, so objective things can't change.
Objective things can change. Yes.
Wait, but I thought you said God couldn't change.
Yeah, he can. He can change. Yes.
Okay, so is God does God believe that eating babies is a sin?
Death itself is bad, of course.
That's not my question. Does God believe that
And-
eating babies is a sin?
Yes.
Is it physically possible, or is it logically possible that God could command you to eat babies tomorrow?
It's logically possible.
Okay.
Yes.
It's logically possible. So if God commanded you to eat babies tomorrow, would it be a sin for you to eat babies?
I mean, it would be still. What I mean, it would violate his nature if he commands that.
I thought you said it was
Right.
logically possible.
But yeah, I know. I don't know what you want to think.
It's okay. Just fall into the trap. It's fine.
I know. So I would say that. Yeah. If God commands that, we wouldn't have a reason to. Yeah, I just say that I would still do it.
And would it be a
Because-
sin?
No, I
Okay.
don't think so.
So it is logically
Because-
possible for eating babies to not be a sin. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it logically possible for God to believe that babies is a sin while also it not being a sin for eating babies? Sorry. Is it logically possible for God to both A, believe that eating babies is a sin, and B, command you to eat babies? Is that logically possible?
I mean, it would be a sin if God tells us that. If God tells us otherwise, it wouldn't be a sin anymore.
Right,
Because,
but so then God's beliefs must change. Right?
yeah, but that is just a hypothetical that you.
Yeah, but that means that it is possible for God's beliefs to change.
It's possible, but his beliefs didn't change.
So to be clear, it is not necessary that God is unchanging.
I mean, it would be. I would say that it's not. I mean, God is not just a abstract concept for me. I base God on divine revelation, right? It's not just.
You said that it was
God
so earlier. You said that it's impossible for God to change. Now you're saying that it is logically possible for God to change. So which one is it?
For me, it is impossible for God to change still.
But you just said that it is possible for God to change, just now.
Yeah, in this hypothetical that you.
Yes. So insofar as the hypothetical is possible, which you admitted it was, then it is possible for God to change.
Yeah, but it's just some hypothetical case. It's not reality.
Yeah, and a hypothetical probes what is possible.
Yeah, okay, but I don't see how. I mean, in the Bible, there's also it says that God commands someone to kill his own son, but then.
Yeah, it does say that, and then he changed his mind. I thought that God didn't change.
No, he didn't change his mind. He just tested.
So he lied.
No, he didn't lie. He just tested the person if he trusts God enough.
Would you say that? Would you be surprised if I told you that there are verses in the Bible where it says that God changes his mind?
Yeah. I wouldn't be. Can you tell me these verses?
Yeah, let me find them. I think it's Exodus 32:14. Yeah, it's Exodus 32:14. And I can read it for you if you want.
Yeah.
This is with regard to the
the
golden calf business. So God was really, really mad, and he was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna smite them. And then Moses is like, no, bro, please don't do that. And then God is like, okay, I guess I won't.
Okay.
So God changed his mind. In fact, it's said, the actual language is, God repented of the evil which he thought to do. Can God think to do evil?
No.
Then why does it say that he thought to do evil? And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people.
Where exactly is that?
It's Exodus 32:14.
14?
32:14, yes.
Okay. I don't see how that would disprove that God can change.
Well, so the word that's used, the word repented here, is the same word that's used elsewhere in the same, like the word, the Hebrew word that's represented as repented here, is used in the same way as changing one's mind elsewhere in the Bible. So this is just a choice of translation. But like the point is that God was going to do this and then decided not to do it, right? So he changed his mind.
Yeah, because he has free will.
Yeah. So God can change then because he can change his mind.
Maybe he can change then, but not in the sense that his
But if God can
essence is
change, then
not
so
changed.
can. If God can change, then that means that if God can change and whatever God deems is good is what is good, then your morality is subjective. It's based off of God's will, and God's will can
it's
change.
subjective then. Yeah. Okay, then maybe it's subjective.
So then how is your morality any more foundational than mine? Mine's subjective, yours subjective. Why is yours better than mine?
I mean, it's not just moral. It's also about purpose. The purpose of one people is of whole humanity. Christianity can explain the purpose of whole humanity, not only
So
just.
can evolutionary biology.
What is the purpose in evolutionary biology for humans?
To continue to survive. That is the purpose.
Who says that? Does the
That's that is what we learn when we study evolutionary biology. We learn that that is the goal, that is the purpose
To
of every living
survive.
organism.
To survive? But why do people kill each other then? I mean, also atheists kill each other, not only theists.
Are you asking because they get into conflicts?
I mean, just if everything is just biology and chemical reaction, why do people
biology and psychology and
kill each
sociology,
other?
but sure.
Or people kill themselves even, right? If it's the purpose of evolution,
Yeah, so
why do people kill themselves?
I mean, there's a reason why we treat people who try to unalive themselves. There's a reason why we treat them as if they have mental illness, and because that is a sign of serious, at least in normal healthy people, that's a sign of like serious brain wiring going wrong when people want to do that. That's why we treat them as if they have serious mental illness, because it's a sign of serious mental illness.
So how would you treat them then?
Dysfunction,
would
that's
you
the word.
say to
Thank you.
them? What?
Sorry? It's a sign of serious mental dysfunction.
I understand, but my question was, why do what would you say to these people then to convince them not to, or I mean, it would violate this definition of purpose in evolution, that we all ought to survive, but then people kill themselves.
Yeah, and then we treat them because their brain isn't working properly.
Oh yeah, but so every depressed person is just or suicidal person is just a mistake, or what would
Well,
you
their
say?
brain isn't working right. Yeah. Generally
It's-
speaking, yeah, that's what it means if you're like suicidal, that your brain's not working right.
So they are at the same level as some psychopaths, or
Well, no, I mean psychopaths generally. Well, psychopathy is very, very complicated. But it's a different kind of disorder. They're not the same thing, but they are both. They're both disorderly behavior of the brain. Sure, I mean it's the same thing with like depression, OCD. All of these ways of like disorderly thinking. Like these are like not non-typical brain functions.
so you say that people kill themselves because it's
Because their brain isn't working right. Yeah, almost exclusively. Yeah.
So it's just them not working. If it's just them not working, why do we even try to
Because we have
to
empathy
help
for
them
other
then?
humans, and we know that often these are temporary imbalances, and so if we can fix these things, then they can go on to be lovely human beings for the rest of their natural lives, right?
True, but I mean, if why are only humans the persons whose brain doesn't work? Because most animals don't kill.
Animals also have like neurodivergences, by the way, like they absolutely do.
I've never seen an animal that kills himself.
Well, okay, then you clearly haven't looked, but like yes, animals can be neurodivergent in like many different ways.
Okay. Well, I just think that would be very very heartless to think like that. That the society people are just their brain is not just working. Imagine I say that to some people to them, like I can't live with that, you know.
Well, I mean, maybe you can, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, true, but you just said that.
By the way,
everything is
just to be clear,
preference.
apparently dolphins have been known to commit suicide.
Oh, how how?
They just drown. They just choose not to take their next breath if they're depressed enough.
Okay.
There are also cases of orcas that repeatedly ram themselves into the walls of their tank until they die. Like,
Okay, but I mean, I still can live with that. But I mean, you just said that it's just all preference, right? So
I said,
there
what's all
there
preference? We're talking about like purpose now, not ethics.
yeah, the purpose isn't that also just preference for in your worldview, or
No, purpose and ethics are not the same thing. Purpose is not preference.
well, if one person thinks he lives more or lives a more happy life, because you said that people who people thrive to survive. If one person wants to maximize his pleasure by killing others, would that be valid or
Valid in what sense? I would say no, don't do that, and then I would
surviving?
try to get them put in jail.
Yeah, but the J system isn't that also just subjective in your view, because it's different in different
Not
countries.
really. It's collective, not subjective.
Yeah, but collectivism is also subjective then.
I
or-
mean, like, it depends on what you mean by subjective. If you mean just depends on one or more minds, then yeah, sure, then it's subjective. But if it's not like an individual thing. Like, people don't go to jail just because one person thinks it's wrong. Like, people go to jail because we as a society have collectively decided that, you know, such and such a thing, you know, deserves such and such a punishment.
Okay, so I just I just don't know if everything is just preference now, like purpose.
Who
it would
said
be
that everything is preference? Not everything is preference. There are things that are preference and there are
for-
things that are not
for you.
preference.
What would be not preference?
That the sun exists.
I mean, some people say that it doesn't exist, right?
Okay, and they're wrong. Like,
Yeah, but what if the person that doesn't care about truth or right or wrong?
okay,
because,
they cannot care about truth and still be wrong.
or doesn't exist then, because if
Okay,
every
they're still
person-
wrong. The sun still exists.
What if people say truth doesn't exist? Or
I don't care.
something?
They can say that if they want, I guess. The sun still
Okay.
exists.
I want to ask a question. If should people be logical, or is it better to if people just hear their obey their own emotions?
So I have a preference that people act rationally in most aspects of their lives. But I'm not here to tell people that, you know, that their preferences have to be that way. If they want to act irrationally, like, I prefer that they don't, and I think that it's bad to act irrationally. So I'm going to try to, you know, enforce that on people. But like,
Why?
I can't change their preferences, at least not
But
intrinsically.
why do you want to enforce that?
Well, because I think rationality is good. Like, generally speaking, I think it's good, so I want to enforce that worldview.
So okay, good, but so good is preference, right? So
Yes, and it is my preference that that more people be rational.
Is it a purpose? Is it your purpose that people to say to people that they should be more rational or think more rational?
That's not my purpose, no.
No. Oh, so what? You just do it because.
No, it's just not like the main thing I care about.
Okay. So why exactly do you do what you do then? That's
Because I like to.
okay. So if everyone can say that because they like to.
Yes, everybody can say that. You're right.
Would that be valid, or I just can I don't.
I don't know what
just-
you mean by valid. Like, do they like it? I'm sure they like it. Do I like
Yeah,
that
but-
they like it? Maybe, maybe not.
Objectively valid.
Preferences aren't objective, so I don't even. So the question's ill-founded.
So why? So
You're asking.
everything is-
Okay,
subjective?
just so you understand what you're asking. You just asked, is it valid that people don't like pizza? And then I'm
Yeah,
like,
but
okay, well, what do you mean by valid? And you say, like, objectively,
You want to convince?
can
others.
people not like pizza objectively? Like, it doesn't make
So
any
you just
sense.
you just do it because of vibes, or because you
Look,
just-
I do things because I prefer to do those things rather than other things. That's how basically every human acts.
Okay. So every human just do what they want. That's your view.
Yeah, generally, yeah. Maybe
So
they're
why
higher.
would they
Maybe,
be-
maybe there's higher order desires. Like, I want to be in like a functional society, so I will act temporarily against my own preferences to achieve that higher order preference. But like, yeah, generally people act on their preferences. Otherwise they wouldn't. Otherwise they would act on something else, right?
So if everyone just follow their preference or just their feelings and vibes, why? So you just do that because of feelings and vibes. That is just your whole reasoning
That's
behind.
this isn't like a novel idea. Kind of definitionally, the actions that people take are those actions that people prefer to take. Like,
Yeah, but
that's
should
just
should
what it
they-
means. That's what
should
it
they
means to
take
act upon your will.
preferences?
Your will is a list of preferences, perhaps an ordered list of preferences.
Yeah, but
I-
should
like-
you just said that people ought to be logical. But why? On what
Well,
ground?
yeah, because that's my preference. I prefer that people act rationally. I prefer that people's preferences align with some sort of rational behavior.
Everything. So, wouldn't that be circular in a way, or
No,
I don't no? Yeah, I just don't see that. I really don't agree with you because I think that if everyone just do what they want, then there's no reason to even do things that you or convince others, right? Right?
Well, the thing
Why
is
would
you
you
can
do that?
convince other people to want different things. That's the whole business.
Yeah, but why? Why would
Why?
you?
Because the things that I think are true, I think are true,
So
and I
truth is
care
not
about
true, or-
other people thinking true things, and so the things that I think are true, I really want to convince other people to think are true.
Yeah, but then truth is also subjective, then, or
I don't think truth is subjective. No, I mean it depends on what
but
kind of truth you're referring to, I guess. But like, I think that generally propositions are either true or false relative to some axioms.
yeah, but that would violate what you just said. You said that what I think is true, I want.
Well, yeah,
to
I could be
others.
mistaken. Absolutely, I could be mistaken. That's why I said what I think is true.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, good. But you just do it as so you just say that you just do it because
Because I
you
like to do
just
it, yeah.
Oh,
And why do you do things? Because you don't like to do them? Like, what?
no,
What
I
are you
just do that.
suggesting? Are you suggesting that you do things that you don't like to do because you, for no better
I
reason?
do things that I like to do, but I don't like things to do that are just not giving me a reason behind this. If it's only for myself, then I don't see a reason
Just-
for it.
What? You can want to do things for reasons other than selfishness. Like I do things
true.
all the time that in principle are not selfish. Like, I will, if my wife is on the couch and I'm on the couch and she asks me to go get her a Coke, I'll just be like, okay, and I'll go get her a Coke. And that's not selfish. I do that because my preference is for her to be happy.
Okay, so it's just your preference. That's what you
Yes.
want to say.
That's what drives the actions of people almost exclusively.
So
Like
would
I
that
don't
be?
I don't know what your contention is here. Like this is like obvious.
I mean, yeah, but I just can't live with that. That things are just the
You
way
can't
they
live
are.
that people wait, you can't live with the fact that people take actions based on their preferences? Like what
No,
else is there? What
I
other
know
what other
that.
reasons could there be for people taking
I know
actions?
that people. I know that people do because of their preferences. But I'm asking why. Why do people that?
Why do people do that? Because that's the only thing that people know how to do.
Yeah, but that wouldn't answer my question, right? It's just because they do that, right? People kill each other because they just want to do.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, and you can ask why they wanted that. And you could go into like, oh, maybe they were brought up a certain way, or maybe they have certain other foundational beliefs, or maybe they have, maybe they have certain chemical whatevers. You can ask why they have these preferences, but the cause of the action is the preference. In almost all cases, sometimes people are like forced,
there wouldn't be
like mechanically, but
there wouldn't be an explanation for humanity as a whole, right? I mean, you just said
humanity as a
evolution.
whole isn't one thing. Humanity is a whole bunch of different things put together. It's like, societies and it's individuals and it's chemistry and it's biology. Like it's a whole bunch of different things. So there's not one single explanation for all of it, sure.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, so why are people or humans? I just can't live with that because it would justify everything, right? You know what I mean?
And it doesn't justify everything at all. I don't know how you get to that at all.
Yeah, because you said that it's just preference, and people can base everything on themselves. So there's no reason to even convince others or talk with others. There's no reason. We can just
Wait, no, there are reasons. Namely, if I prefer one thing and you prefer something else, and my preferences align with you doing something different, then of course I would have reason to try to convince you of something.
okay, but where would that lead to? It would be just
It would lead to
so
the societies that we exist in.
yeah. So I just don't see that, right? Because most
What's the
people,
alternative? What's the alternative?
most people just say, yeah, this is evil, and they don't have reasons for that, or they don't have a justification.
Yeah,
But
maybe that's true. Maybe that's true for most people. Most people aren't very thoughtful. Okay.
Yeah, right. And I just want to have an explanation for
Well,
why that thing is evil, not
look,
just
the fact
that
that
it's
you
evil.
want an explanation, like if you take somebody who just doesn't think very much, and they say this thing is evil, and you ask them why, and they say, I don't know, it just is. The fact that you want there to be an explanation doesn't mean that there is one.
So
They might just have they
why-
might just have a belief that they don't
why,
understand.
why does evolution why I'm a biological person, why does evolution create people who think like me, like they also always want to have a
Because
reason.
pattern recognition and fact finding is really important for survival. So figuring out why a certain thing happened means that you can avoid that certain thing in the future if it was bad, or you can
So
make sure that
would
it happens more in the
would you
future
say
if
that
it was good.
would you say that this what I do could people would that would prevent people from killing themselves, or what would you try, or
Yeah, so probably I am totally on board with the idea that like religiosity and religious thinking and magical thinking and that kind of thing can absolutely lead to perhaps more stable or more organized individuals, more stable and more organized societies, and so on. Absolutely, that might be the case.
okay, so you wouldn't say that religion itself is evil, or you are an
No,
anti-theist?
I don't think that religion is like. I don't think religion has I don't think that there's a value judgment that you can put on religion. I think religion is like a tool. I think it's a mode of thinking. I think that in a lot of instances it can be harmful. In some instances it can be helpful. I just don't subscribe to it, and I think that the common forms of religious thinking today are just not helpful, and often cause quite a lot of harm.
Would you say that the way my religious thinking is harmful to humans, or because I think that
Well, you haven't really told me anything about what your religious thinking is, but it seems like your religious thinking, from what you've said, it sounds like your religious thinking allows you to accept that anything that you believe God commands is good is actually good, and that is very scary to me.
yeah,
Because
okay,
if all of a sudden you believe, like if you have a stroke or something, and all of a sudden you believe that God is telling you that you should go like burn down an orphanage, you'll be like, well, God said it, I guess I should go do it. And that is very, very scary. Yes.
It's just a thought experiment. I base my God is not just a concept; it's based on revelation, on history, right?
I understand that. I understand that your tradition is based off of scripture. I know. What I'm saying is that because your belief enables you, because your religious tradition enables you to have the position that anything that God commands is good. If something happens in your brain where you are suddenly convinced that God commanded you to do something evil, something that you and I both agree is evil, then you would change your mind and you would just do it, and that is very dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? I mean,
If God commanded you to burn down an orphanage, you would do it. If I heard a voice in my head that told me to burn down an orphanage, I wouldn't do it.
Why would be dangerous?
Burning down an orphanage is dangerous. It turns out burning down an orphanage is harmful.
But why is it a problem if you said that we all have just our own preferences?
Can you and I both agree that burning down an orphanage is harmful?
I mean, in my where we are now, yes, of course.
Yeah. So things that you and I both agree are bad, you could just, like a light switch, change your mind on suddenly, and I see that as dangerous. And if you don't see that as dangerous, I can't help you.
Yeah, but you can also change your mind, or not, or you can also change that.
Sure, but my mind, my whims are not subject to some religious tradition that is not under my own control. Mine is purely internal, right? Yours could just change at the drop of a hat if your religious beliefs change.
My worldview also doesn't change. It's
it doesn't. It doesn't, does it?
No, it doesn't change. My worldview, God has free will.
So if your worldview is correct, then God could command you to burn down an orphanage tomorrow.
Yeah, but in his thought experience, he could do that. Yes.
No, it's like logically possible, and I think that if you think it's possible that it could be good tomorrow for you to burn down an orphanage, I think that's dangerous.
But I could say that to you too then, because you just.
I don't think it's possible that I don't think it's possible that
maybe your brain doesn't work then one time or something. That would be also dangerous, so or not.
Yeah, but mine doesn't rely on some external factors. Mine is just a brain thing. If my brain changes, then yeah, but that's like something that is completely internal. But yours could be something completely external, and it would still change your view.
So yeah, but where would be the difference between my view then and yours? Because both of our actions and
Are you Catholic, by the way?
No, I'm not Catholic. I mean, I'm baptized Catholic, but I've never been to church. I've never known God, but then I've encountered, not encountered, but I've questioned some things, and then I've became a non-denomination at some point, and then 1 year later, I try to learn about Eastern Orthodoxy.
So let me give you an example of why your worldview is potentially more dangerous than mine. So we agree that, like, you know, maybe I get hit on the head and then all of a sudden I like become a murderer or whatever. That could definitely happen. That could happen to either of us. But your worldview could also change if an archaeologist, you know, digging around in like Nazareth or something like that, finds like new scripture written by Jesus himself, and like they like carbon date it and they like test it, and we can prove 100% that it was written by Jesus himself, and it says, I don't know, if it says, you should unalive anybody who's not circumcised or something. You would believe that, right?
Of course. I mean,
So your worldview can change based on external factors that would make you do evil things. My worldview is completely internally driven, right? So that's why yours is more dangerous.
I mean, both of our views can or actions can change, right?
Right,
So
but yours can
there's no
change.
difference.
Yours can change in ways that you have no control over, external to you. Like if you
Well,
change my brain,
I
then
mean-
sure, my views can
I mean, it
change.
wouldn't be a
But that's the only
problem
way to
for-
change my views, right?
It wouldn't be a dangerous problem for me, right?
When I say dangerous, I don't mean like dangerous for you. I mean dangerous for like humanity.
Yeah, but dangerous for humanity. That isn't my worldview, right? You know, it isn't that I just kill people.
Yeah, so
And
I'm telling
if
you
you
why
follow
I
them-
think that it would be dangerous. If you think that it would not be dangerous if all of a sudden you thought it was good to like unalive people who aren't circumcised, that's a you problem.
But wouldn't that be every it wouldn't be every parent then evil, because they also say to their children what they should do right now, and these views can change. So every parent is now dangerous. Being a parent is dangerous right now, or not, because every parent has a different line of morality, and every parent can teach their children different things.
Being a parent is a dangerous job. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the only way to like
So
produce offspring. So we kind of accept it. But yeah, if you fuck up as a parent, yeah, your children will end up fucked up.
Yeah, but how do these parents know that? Not the parents, but how do these children know that? I mean,
How do they know what?
that their parents are saying the wrong things, right?
How do the
Or,
children know that the parents are saying they're wrong? They often don't.
Yeah, that's a problem. That wouldn't. So the parent being
Yes.
a parent.
Yes, being a parent is a dangerous job. Yeah, it's very, very easy to be a bad parent.
But parents themselves are then dangerous then, or not?
Yeah,
Or
it's
ba-
just the alternative is not being a parent, and then humanity dies out. So
Yeah, but if my worldview prevents people from dying out, then it's not bad anymore, or not, or dangerous. It's
well,
not
if
dangerous.
it's
That's a dangerous.
if your worldview promotes more human flourishing than not, then I would agree. I just don't know if it does. In fact, I think that it kind of doesn't, because it's prone to it's very archaeologically fickle, if you will. Also, it should be said that people who are prone to religious thinking are also more prone to psychosis, just because the parts that are active when people are highly religious are also the parts involved in psychotic breaks. So there's something to be said there too. But look, you've been on for a while, and I should probably let you go. Is there anything that you want to say before I let you go?
Yeah, I want to say one thing. Can you debate with a YouTuber? He's or
They can always come on if they want.
Yeah, but I think he doesn't know you. Maybe he always does streams against many different worldviews. Also,
Who?
he's his name is called Jay Dyer. Do you know them?
If Jay Dyer wants to come on my live, you tell him that he can come on my live.
Yeah, but he only debate on X.
Okay, I don't use X, so
Yeah, okay, but you can watch his videos. He can.
I'm familiar with Jay Dyer. He's a precept, and I have very low opinions of precepts.
Yeah, but you are a precept too, or not? Right?
No, I'm not.
But you said that everything, your moral preference is also based on yourself, that would be presup
That's not
or not.
presup. Presup is a particular type of transcendental argument. It's a different kind of thing.
Okay.
By the way, I wouldn't pay
don't
attention
see
to
the
Jay Dyer.
difference.
No philosophers really take him seriously.
I think everyone is a presup.
So a presup is a particular kind of transcendental argument, and people are called presuppositionalists if it's like shorthand for presuppositional apologetics. So like, that's what I'm referring to. Anyway, I wouldn't really pay attention to him. The philosophical community really doesn't take presuppositional apologetics seriously, like at all. So
Yeah, but
you should
presup-
like there are other
presup is
like
a-
there are other like
presup is
apologists
things too.
who, like, I think Rasmussen, I think, is a pretty famous one who apparently is pretty well respected. So like, go watch Rasmussen. Don't watch Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer is like a
But
hack.
you are presupposing things too. For example, that
That's not what a somebody who does
You should-
presuppositional apologetics is not just somebody who has axioms. That's like anyway. All right. But thank you for being here. And good luck. Okay.
it was great.
I don't think Wes Huff is respected, by the way. All right, let's bring on. We actually have some guests from. Let me just make sure that there's nobody in particular that I'm like that I'm itching to debate from TikTok, because otherwise I'm going to bring on somebody from YouTube. My computer's running so slow. Can you hear me? Testing. TikTok, can you hear me? No, it's just my computer's really, really slow lately. All right, I'm going to bring up a guest from YouTube then. Let's bring up Lost in Grace. Lost in Grace, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can. So, what God do you believe in, sir?
The Christian God.
Okay, and what would you say is your best argument that God is the real God?
A transcendental argument for God.
Oh, you're a precept too. Okay, do you want to run through it?
Are you willing to engage in it, or I don't know?
Sure, yeah. What's your first premise?
Well, I would say that there is no coherent epistemic grounding for like logic and reasoning within a worldview outside of the Christian paradigm.
Okay, and how can you defend that premise?
I believe that God is the source, and all those things like logic and reasoning are grounded in God, and He is the source without source. So.
Right. I understand that's your belief. I'm asking for the argument to justify that premise, though.
What do you mean?
So, like, generally, when you provide an argument, let's say you give two premises and those premise leads to the conclusion, right? Now, if somebody accepts both of the premises, then they have to accept the conclusion. But if I don't accept your first premise, why would I accept your conclusion? So what I'm asking for is, can you convince me to accept your first premise? What is the argument that makes the first premise plausible?
Well, I'm making a paradigm level argument, so it would be your paradigm up against my paradigm.
I mean, you're making a claim. Why should I accept the claim?
I'm not asking you to accept the claim. That's
then you're not making an
paradigm.
argument.
I'm asking you to defend your paradigm. Yeah.
If you're wait, so
it's a
so are you?
paradigm level argument.
So you're not making an
my
argument
paradigm
then?
up against yours.
Wait,
I'm
so
putting
so
my
you're not making an
paradigm up
argument then,
against yours.
right? You're not making an argument?
Do you want to engage in the conversation or not, man?
Well, I am. I'm asking you what your argument is, and then now you're
made my
refusing to.
argument. From
Well,
my
no, you gave
paradigm-
a premise. You gave a premise, and I don't accept that
Yeah,
premise. So I'm
okay.
just asking you to defend the premise.
Okay. So you're
So,
just not gonna. You're just not gonna engage.
I'm
Because
literally
unless you
engaging.
accept my premise,
I'm
so you-
literally.
I have
I'm
to give you
literally.
a premise.
Yeah.
No, I
That's
have to give
how
you a
arguments work.
premise that you're willing to accept.
That's how arguments work.
is
Yeah.
Not a paradigm level argument.
That's how
So
arguments
that you
work.
can
Yeah.
accept it in order for you to engage with me. You
No,
just are not willing to defend your paradigm.
So an argument is a list of premises that lead to a conclusion through deductive reasoning. And the way that you convince somebody of an argument is you convince them to accept the premise. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. The way that you convince somebody of an argument is you convince them of the premises. Now, I don't see any reason why I should accept the first premise. So I'm asking you, can you justify the first premise to convince me that it's true?
I don't need to justify the first premise because from my paradigm.
Oh, okay.
God,
so then I'm just going to reject it
I allowed you to speak.
offhand.
I allowed you to speak, did I not? Did I not?
Yeah, I mean, it is my life, though. So, like, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, but, like, you asked for respect. I mean, isn't that just courtesy?
Go ahead.
So from my paradigm, God is source without source. I'm telling you that's my paradigm.
Sure.
So that's my first premise from my paradigm.
Yeah.
And the conclusion would be that that source is what grounds logic and reasoning in order for us to make any epistemic claims.
Yeah. And I don't accept your first premise, so.
Okay, so what would be your premise?
I'm not the one making the transcendental argument for God here. You are.
So you just won't engage in the argument, is what you're saying.
I'm literally trying to engage. I'm asking you to justify your premise. That's what engaging is.
No, you're denying engagement with a premise unless I give you a different one.
No, okay, look. Let me clarify. If I make the following argument, premise 1, if God exists, then I know that God exists. Premise 2, I don't know that God exists. Therefore, conclusion, God doesn't exist. That is a logically valid argument.
Sure. Okay,
now
so
you might now if I just say that and then that doesn't mean that you have to believe any of those premises, which means you don't have to believe the conclusion, right? So you would ask for justification of, say, premise 1, or you'd ask for justification of premise 2, or whatever, right?
Well, then let's do it this way. Premise 1.
This by the way, this was an example. So my point is just because I can give you an argument doesn't mean that I can justify the premises for those arguments. And the only way that you should be convinced of that argument is if you are convinced of the premises. So I'm asking you, convince me of the premises of your argument.
Okay. So here's the premise. Logic and reasoning ultimately are circular unless they can be justified by something outside of themselves. I would say and posit that is the Christian God, which is source without source. Does that work for you?
I mean, that's a fine premise. Why should I accept that?
Because it's logically coherent.
I mean, you can come up with like a whole bunch of logically coherent stuff. That doesn't mean that I have to accept all of them.
So you just don't want to accept anything, man.
I'm just asking you to defend your worldview here. Defend the premise.
I'm just asking you to be sincere and honest and like engage.
So you can't defend your premise here? You're the one trying to make an argument here, so presumably you have a defense of each premise in your argument.
What do you mean? I don't have to defend the premise. You have to now tell me like what you disagree with. Like
wait. You don't
what your paradigm is. I'm giving you a paradigm level argument.
So okay, I gave you 2 premises and a conclusion, right? Do I have to defend any of those premises, or is it just true?
I'm just telling you, you have to engage with my paradigm level argument. And
I'm engaging with your argument. I'm asking for the defense of the premise.
Defeated.
I'm asking for a defense of your first premise. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking you to justify that claim. Otherwise, I don't have any reason to accept it.
Okay, what was my first premise?
Your first premise is that there is no way to ground logic and reason without God. That was your first premise, roughly speaking. It wasn't your exact words.
First premise.
It wasn't the exact words, but that was roughly what you were conveying.
No.
Okay, then correct me. What was your first premise?
I said that in and of themselves, logic and reasoning are ultimately circular.
I thought. Sorry.
In and of themselves.
So just to be clear, I was referring to the first premise that you gave me like 5 minutes ago, not the one that you gave me like 10 seconds ago.
Well, I changed my premise. You asked.
Okay, so your first premise is that logic and reason are. Can you repeat it, please?
Are ultimately circular. They cannot exist in and of themselves.
Okay. So logic and reason are ultimately circular. Is that a separate statement from they cannot exist in and of themselves?
No, it's one statement.
Okay, so it's a conjunction. So logic and reason are ultimately circular. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Mhm. I mean, I can't explain logic with logic.
So you mean that they and maybe I just need some clarification here. So when you say logic, do you mean like propositional, like first order logic, or do you mean like some sort of like a
Higher tier
particular set of
logic.
axioms, or what do you mean specifically?
No, no, no. You know exactly what I mean. If you know the transcendental argument, dude, come on, stop playing games.
Well, no, the transcendental argument is really ill-formed, which is why I'm asking for clarification from you.
Okay, so how would you explain logic?
Well, I generally view logic as kind of like a set of rules that we use to make deductions in a sort of rigorous way as opposed to a natural language way.
Okay, and how would you come to that conclusion outside of logic?
That's just a definition. It's not like a conclusion of some deductive process.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion?
It's
Without
not a
logic.
conclusion, it's a definition.
How do you come to that definition without logic?
We just make up definitions. Definitions are made up. They're just definitions of words.
Okay, so how do you make something up without logic?
I don't think you need logic to make something up.
You don't need logic in order to come to a conclusion about something?
We're not coming to a conclusion. We're not making any propositional statements. We're just defining terms.
Oh my goodness, dude. You're just going in a circle and oh my goodness. Alright. It's all good, man.
Okay, you should
I don't think it's
try.
it's okay.
Do you know any? Actually, I actually do have a good refutation of the transcendental argument if you want to hear it,
Mhm.
which is interesting. Do you know what propositional first order
No,
logic is?
No, that's okay. That's all right. Prop the what?
Propositional first order logic is.
Propositional first order logic. No, go ahead and explain it to me.
It's basically a set of axioms. It's sort of like the very foundational rules that we use to come to conclusions about things like if A then B, A therefore B. It's things like modus ponens, modus tollens, things like conjunction, things like all of these kind of standard rules that we use to make like logical syllogisms, that kind of thing. Those would be parts of a first order logical system. But I imagine that this is what I'm about to say is probably going to go over your head if you don't know what first order logic is. How are you making a transcendental argument for God if you don't know what first order logic is? I mean, I can give you the argument regardless, but it might go over your head. Do you want me to still give you the argument?
Go ahead, give it to me.
Yeah, okay, so premise one, if God exists, then for any proposition, that proposition is true if and only if God guarantees it. So this is the transcendental statement that God is the foundation for knowledge, or for truth, rather, right? Which I presume you accept, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest basically just follows. Proposition 2, if God exists, then in some formal language L supporting quantification and encoding, there exists a sentence of the form, quote, a sentence S is true in L if and only if God guarantees S. This directly follows from the first premise. This is what I mean, though, that you would have to know what first order propositional logic is, but we'll keep going anyway. Premise 3, if there exists in any formal language L supporting quantification and encoding a sentence of the form, quote, a sentence S is true in L if and only if God guarantees S, unquote, then in any formal language L, there exists in that language a predicate, quote, S is true in L. That follows from the second premise and from the decomposition of the sentence in the second premise. Premise 4 is for any formal language L supporting quantification and encoding, there exists no such predicate, quote, S is true in L. This is proven by Tarski. It's known as Tarski's undefinability theorem. And the conclusion therefore follows from the contrapositive that there does not exist a God that grounds truth.
Okay. That's the conclusion. Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with, like you said, first order propositional logic. There you go.
You should be. You should get yourself familiar with it because that's the entire basis of the transcendental
Yeah.
argument for God.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll have to get more familiar with it. Interesting. Um, I do want to address something though. Like, why were you making a straw man argument against the previous person?
Can
Um,
you clarify?
I think you said something about yeah, I think you said something about if there was like an architect, what was it, archaeology finding of like something about Jesus, then automatically you would follow or you would
Well,
believe it.
so he said that he would. So it wasn't a straw man. He agreed.
Yeah, yeah. I guess in that case, yeah. I mean, he did agree. I don't know anybody that would agree with that, but that was kind of wild.
I mean, if you could prove that there was, if you wouldn't follow the scripture if you could prove that the scripture was written by Jesus' own hand.
Well, if it contradicted previous scripture, we would cross-reference that, right? And then
What?
obviously
So you would
follow,
so.
we wouldn't
But if
follow
you
it,
could
believe
prove,
that it was truly from Jesus, essentially.
but if you could prove it was truly from Jesus,
How would we prove that?
maybe it has his blood on
How
it.
would we prove that?
Maybe it has his blood on it, and then you can check that his blood only has 23 chromosomes
But-
or something.
So if it has his blood on it, it automatically follows that it was written by him.
I mean, it should definitely increase your credence in it.
I don't think so, dude. That's a stretch.
If you found if you found a 2,000-year-old document that was written in Aramaic
Uh-huh.
and had the blood of a man with only 23 chromosomes on it, you wouldn't, and it claimed to have been written by Jesus of Nazareth, you wouldn't
Mhm.
give that really high credence?
Sure, I could, but if it contradicted what was already given to us or what we already have, then obviously it's not true.
Or how do you know that the other thing is true?
What do you mean? How do we know? By tradition?
Well, yeah, but couldn't tradition be wrong? I mean, look, if you found the blood of something with 23 chromosomes, like Jesus' actual blood, and it was written in his blood, I am Jesus, Son of God, I wrote this, you'd be like, nah, that's fake.
Mhm.
If it disagrees
mean,
with
it
like
would be
what some guy
dependent.
said
It would
100 years
depend.
later.
What do you mean 100 years later?
Like if it disagreed with John was written like 100 years after Jesus died, or roughly, maybe like 80 years.
Okay, well, I mean, would that be within the time of Christ? Like, if Christ lived till he was 30, wouldn't it be logically coherent that John could have lived up until that time?
Right, but why would you trust John more than Jesus himself?
Well, because John was there.
Jesus is
I mean,
Jesus.
I'm not saying I would trust. Yeah, I'm not saying that I would
What?
trust John over Jesus. You're giving me a hypothetical of something.
Yeah.
That
The hypothetical
may
is that
have had
all of
blood on it.
So the hypothetical is you find something that any piece of evidence that you could ask for is there to prove that Jesus wrote it. That's the hypothetical. Whatever evidence you could ask for,
Right.
like it's written, like maybe you see Jesus, maybe you find the bone, maybe you find like a finger holding a pen that is like finishing writing this, and then the finger gets
Right, but that's
lopped off
why
or
I'm
something.
saying-
Like any
Right.
evidence, like
I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that it would be dependent on what was written in it because it wouldn't be able to logically contradict from my paradigm, right? Because God is geared toward the ultimate good, so he wouldn't do evil from my paradigm.
So how would you determine which one was the true one?
By what's written in it.
Yeah, so let's say that they disagree. How do you determine which one's true?
Whichever one is geared toward the ultimate good and shows clearly, like, who God is, right? Like the Christian paradigm portrays the Christian paradigm authentically, then that would be the true one.
Okay, so say that you find a scripture definitively written by Jesus of Nazareth. Any piece of evidence that you could ask for that would verify that it matches. So it has a little bit of his blood on it. It's attested in other manuscripts, whatever. You find something that's definitively written by Jesus of Nazareth, and in it, it says, God speaks through me, but I am not his son. What do you make of that?
Hmm. Well, that would contradict the Christian paradigm and every other scripture. That
You're right, it
shows,
would.
even from the Old Testament, that
But
Jesus
you
is
have
God.
right, but you have
So
every other
that would be
reason. You have
contradictory.
so you would just hold conflicting worldviews, even though it's definitively true that
What
Jesus
do you
wrote
mean
it.
conflicting worldviews?
Well, so
No,
in the hypothetical,
I don't grant you. No, I don't
in-
grant you the hypothetical because it doesn't fit into the Christian paradigm.
so it's not logically
Because
possible that
Jesus
Jesus
is
could have written
God.
that. Is it not logically possible that
It's
Jesus could have
not.
written that?
It's not. No, it's not.
Okay, what's
That's
the
what I'm
logical
saying.
contradiction?
Huh?
What's the logical contradiction?
You tell me, what would be the logical contradiction of that?
You're the one making the claim that it's not logically possible. What's the logical contradiction?
It contradicts who we believe God to be from our
Yeah, you could be wrong.
God can't be wrong, though.
No, but you could be wrong about God, right?
I could be wrong about God, but
So
God
you could,
is
you could be
not
wrong. You could be wrong about God's
Yeah, I'm fallible.
about your view that
Sure,
that
I
Jesus
could
is
be
the Son
wrong.
of God. You could be wrong about that, couldn't you?
But God himself revealed himself to be the ultimate good. You know?
Well,
Like,
no.
that's the faith.
God inspired those texts, did he not? He didn't write them.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Testing.
I'm sorry, what?
God
Hello?
inspired those texts, right? He didn't write them.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, the point is that people
Did
could
he inspire
people.
them to write something that he didn't want them to write? Is that what you're saying?
No, he could have inspired them, and then they wrote something by mistake.
Well, if he
Right?
inspired them to write, well, no.
Humans make mistakes, don't
So
they?
he inspired. Okay, sure, but you're saying that he inspired them to write something that he didn't want them to write?
Well, no. I mean, presumably, inspiring somebody to write something means that you gift them through divine revelation the thoughts, right? And then they write the thoughts down.
Mhm.
But if they make a mistake
Okay, so
in
you're
the
saying he gave
translation
them the
between the
wrong
thoughts, no, he gave them the right thoughts, but they
So
wrote
you're
down the wrong
saying-
thing. Is that logically
you're
possible
saying he
that they
gave
had the
them-
right thoughts but the wrong writings?
So you're saying that he gave them the right thoughts and then allowed them to write the wrong things?
I mean, free will is free will, isn't it?
That's a
Would he
slow
intervene?
man, come on, that
Why
doesn't
would
make
he?
sense.
Why would he intervene in someone making a mistake like that?
Well, what if that's the case? Why would he even give them the thoughts in the first place? That doesn't make sense.
Because divine revelation is important to him.
Yeah, but it's important to him for them to be accurately inscribed, isn't it?
So then, why wouldn't he just send? Why wouldn't he just send down tablets himself? Why did he have to inspire people to write?
Well, he did give Moses the 10 Commandments, didn't he?
We're clearly talking about the Christian Bible, the New Testament, right?
Huh?
We're clearly talking about the
Oh,
New
we're talking
Testament
about the
here.
New Testament?
Yeah.
Well, you're saying that he inspired people. I mean, that could include the prophets of old, too.
So the Hebrew tradition is that Moses was not inspired to write, that the Torah as a whole was given entirely from heaven, right?
Is
So
that the Hebrew tradition?
if you ask the Orthodox Jews, yes,
The Orthodox Jews.
yes.
I mean, I'm not familiar with that. I don't know if
I
that's
am.
true or not.
I am. I know
I mean, you could
a
say
lot
that.
of Jewish people. I grew up
That's
with
okay.
a lot
I
of
mean,
Jewish
I don't
people who are
agree with-
Orthodox. I'm just telling you what
okay.
the
I mean-
what the Orthodox Jewish tradition is that God gave.
Yeah, but I don't have
Moses-
to adhere to their tradition, though.
No, you
I don't
don't.
have
I'm
to
just
adhere
telling
to
you
the
what their
Orthodox
tradition
Jewish
is.
tradition.
I'm just telling you what their tradition is.
Right,
So
that's
that's
irrelevant.
why I wasn't talking about the Hebrew Bible. I was talking about the Christian New Testament.
Yeah, but the Hebrew scriptures are part of our Bible.
I mean,
That's
you
what
can
I'm saying.
appropriate them if you want, but like the point is I was talking
What do you mean
specifically about the New
appropriate them?
Testament. Well, I mean, taking a one group's religious texts and then saying no, those are ours now. That is appropriation.
I mean, if Jesus Christ was Jewish and he is the Jewish Messiah, how is that appropriation?
Well, he's not.
That
He's
doesn't
the
make any
Christian
sense.
Messiah, right? That's the whole point of
Well,
contention.
all of the apostles were Jews, weren't they? So what scripture
the
do you think they
12?
were reading?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I suppose they were probably reading it. They also, I mean, like, you know that there are
It's
like
silly,
mistakes
dude.
that
Come
they
on,
make,
man.
right?
That's crazy. Come on, no,
Yeah.
come on. You gotta walk that one back. Come on now.
Sorry, what was crazy?
I said that's crazy. You gotta walk that one back.
What did I say that was crazy?
That we're appropriating the Jewish scriptures.
No, I mean that's clearly what Christians do.
That's not what Christians do, because
It's like obviously what Christians do.
The first Christians were Jewish. The
Yeah.
Jewish scriptures
And
were
then
about
they
the
broke
Messiah,
off.
which is
The-
Jesus Christ.
And then they broke
What are you
off,
talking about, dude?
and the people who are not
What are
Jewish
you
appropriated
what
that text.
are you on about, bro? What are you
Like
on
this,
about,
this is
bro?
like obvious,
crazy.
like an obvious case of appropriation. Like it's like these texts don't
How
belong
is that
to you.
appropriation, dude? What do you mean, dude? They were Jewish. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
The
are
apostles
you
were
Jewish?
themselves.
Sorry, are
what
you
are you
Jewish?
talking about, bro?
Are you Jewish?
Did I live 2,000 years ago? Question
Are you
mark?
Jewish?
Did I live 2,000 years ago?
That seems irrelevant. Are you Jewish?
How is that irrelevant? We're talking
Because
about
you're not
appropriating
one of the
scripture.
early Christians.
So what, dude?
So you're appropriating a
What?
Jewish text. That's what you're doing.
How am I appropriating a Jewish text when this is the handed
Because
down
you're
tradition from
calling
the
it your
original
own.
from
It's
the
not
original
yours.
scripture? This
not
is
yours.
the handed down tradition from the original recipients of
Yeah, who the Jewish
the Christian
Jewish
tradition, which were Jews.
No. It wasn't the Christian tradition.
Come on,
it was
man.
the Jewish
You
tradition.
gotta walk that back, dude. You gotta walk that
No.
back, man. Come on, you sound crazy.
The fact that you think that Christianity doesn't appropriate Jewish tradition is like obviously false. Of course, it
How
appropriates
is that
Jewish
obviously
tradition.
false? How is that obviously false, dude? I'm
To be
saying
clear,
that
who's
I'm saying
who's,
that Christians
whose text?
Christians
whose
are
sacred
true
text?
Israel. I'm saying that
Oh my
Christians
God!
are
Oh,
true
so you're
Israel, dude.
so
Come
now
on,
you're
man.
doing anti-Semitism too.
that
Crazy world we live in. I mean, it is.
How
It's
that
just
anti-Semitism?
normalized.
It's biblical.
It's
How is that
supersessionism is what it is.
anti-Semitism if it's biblical?
I mean, it's not.
Okay, so-
maybe
so
it's your
it's
Bible, but your Bible is the one that's
anti-Semitism.
doing the
So it's
appropriation. So
anti-Semitism. Okay, yeah, sure. So it's anti-Semitism when Paul says that in Israel is in Israel according to the promise, not according to the seed. How is that anti-Semitism?
was I mean, what
He was
regardless
he
of what
was a
Paul
Jew.
says, I'm talking
was
about
a Jew
you, not
being
him.
an anti-Semite? Was
Well,
a
yeah,
Jew
that can
being
happen.
an anti-Semite?
That can happen, yeah.
Oh my goodness, this guy's ridiculous, dude.
I mean, but you're not Jewish, so you can be anti-Semitic, obviously. And I mean, like, Christian tradition is just steeped in anti-Semitism because that's what supersessionism is. It's saying, this thing that was sacred to your tribe, to your people, that's ours now.
That's wild, bro. Hey man,
That's
look,
it's
I gotta let
appropriation.
you go because. Hey, look, I gotta let you go. I just got home and I just got home.
All right, just make sure not to appropriate her, okay? Take care, bud. All right, let's bring on another guest. Like, just accept that, like, Christianity is like appropriates the Jewish text. Like, of course it does. Like, obviously, obviously it's appropriation. Now you can say, well, God said that we could, therefore it's fine that it's appropriation. But like, obviously it's appropriation. I was in France recently. Don't be mad at me. All right, let's bring up somebody else from TikTok.
Hello.
Hello, Divine. How's it going?
I'm fine, thank you.
What God
And
do you believe
so
in?
sorry? Yeah,
What God do you believe
I'm
in?
agnostic. I don't believe in any unique God. I believe that there is one true God out there, and I think every
Then you're not
other
agnostic.
representation. Sorry?
Then you're not agnostic.
No. I believe there is one true God out there, and that every other God currently being represented on Earth is just a form of that one God.
Okay, but then you're not agnostic.
Agnostic means you don't believe in organized religion. Yes.
That's not what agnostic means. Agnostic means that you're on the fence about whether a God exists or not.
Okay, sure.
That just means you're a
I
theist.
don't believe in
You're a
organized
theist.
religion, but I do believe in a God.
Okay, what is your best argument for the existence of such a God?
Yeah. So I don't.
By
I
the
don't
way,
think you
keep
should argue
talking.
for the
I can hear you. I'm just filling up my water. But go ahead.
Okay, I don't believe that you should argue for the existence of that God. I think you should argue more for the reason that you should believe in that God. Does that make sense?
As far as I'm concerned, the only reason you should believe something is if it's true. So
Okay,
I want to know
sure.
why
So,
it's true that such a God
let's-
exists.
So, have you ever heard of Pascal's Wager? It's by Blaise Pascal.
Yeah, I have.
He's
Have you ever heard of Blitz's wager?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So here's Blitz's wager.
Sure.
There are two possible options.
Yes.
Either there is no God, in which case, whether you die or not, it's not a big deal. You don't gain anything. You don't lose anything. Maybe you have a decent life, but you don't get the infinite benefits of an afterlife. Or
Yes.
atheismo is real, in which case, if you believed in atheismo, you go to hell, and it's like the worst hell ever. And if you didn't believe in atheismo, then you go to the best heaven ever.
Yes.
So it seems like, according to Blitz's wager,
Mhm.
You should not believe in any god, because then you get the best heaven.
Why not? I think not believing in any God, doesn't that always lead you to a downside outcome?
No, because if you don't believe in any god and atheismo is real, then you go to heaven. And if you do believe in any god and atheismo is real, then you get like the worst hell imaginable.
Sure. I guess that's a perspective you could take. I guess I'm not really sure how to argue this. If that's your perspective, like, so who is enforcing that? If there is no God and
No, it's
atheismo is real, then what is
atheismo.
enforcing that?
Atheismo is God.
So
if
God
atheismo
is real.
if
That's your
atheismo is
God.
real,
Would you? Okay.
if atheismo is real, and you
Yes.
believe in any god, then atheismo
Yes.
sends you to the worst hell ever. If atheismo is not, if atheismo is real and you don't believe in any god, then you go to heaven and you get to do coke with atheismo forever.
With hookers, sure. Okay. Yeah, no problem, right? And so,
And I mean
is it fair
Coca-Cola,
to
by
say
the way,
that
not
you
cocaine.
believe in this, or are you just bringing this up just to kind of counter my?
Oh no, I
stance?
don't
Or you
believe in it because I want to go to heaven.
Yes. You don't believe in atheism, so you think that wager is a valid wager, that is a good proposition that can be assumed to try to live your life by.
Well, I mean, look. So if I'm an atheist and atheismo isn't
Yes,
real,
yes. No, so it's good for you. So you think it's
Yeah,
good
yeah,
for
yeah.
you to frame it in that way for you to believe.
Well, yeah. So whether or not atheismo is real, and that's a true dichotomy. If atheismo is real, and I don't believe in gods,
No, yes.
then I get heaven. If
whether
atheismo
or
is
not
not
it's
real,
real.
and I don't believe
So-
in gods, then I just lead a fine life, and there's just no afterlife.
Yes.
So it just seems like
So-
it seems like in fact you shouldn't believe in gods either.
No, what I'm asking you is that I think it's all about how you frame the question. For you to come out the answer, it's all about how to frame the question. That's just what we've shown here, right? If you just change sort of the premises of the question, anything can be real or fake, right? Or not real or fake, but let's say you just change the premise of the question, you can change any outcome to be good or bad for your benefit, right? And so now the question that I
Yeah,
ask
that's
you
the
is,
point.
do you think it's fair for you to frame the question in that way? I
Yeah.
think
If you were
if-
about to make
if-
Pascal's wager, then yes, I
Yes.
will reframe it in terms of Blitz's wager.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, so
It's equally
you
as
think
good an
it's fair
argument,
for
is
you
what
to
I'm
frame
saying.
it that way. Okay, that's fine. That's 100% fine. So there's definitely in both of these cases a non-zero case that the opposite case is true, right? And then in that case, I would go ahead and say that if that's the case that you're going to make, then why wouldn't you be inclined to make that argument in a way that represents what the majority of people in the world believe in?
Oh, because the majority of people get things wrong all the time.
That's true, but they also get things right a lot of the time, more often than not. I would argue.
So I don't base my opinions on what the majority of people believe.
Sure, that's fine, but you don't factor that in any way into if your opinion is valid or not. I mean, isn't that
No, generally not.
Kind of, but isn't that kind of what, like the new age basis of sciences? Like people release papers and then more and more people cite their papers, and then we believe that to be a truth more and more so because we cite these papers and we see
Yeah.
truth.
So that's a mistake. So there's a difference between thinking that you're correct based off of more people believing something, or thinking you're correct based off of more people having evidence for something. If you have a billion people that have evidence that something is the case, then yeah, you should definitely believe that. But if you have a billion people that just believe something is the case, that doesn't mean that you should believe it.
Yeah, and so I guess I'm more so trying to argue this from a sense of, I think that, in all cases, when you're talking about something such as God, then I think that evidence is good, and evidence can help you believe. If it helps you have a stronger faith or help you believe what you believe more, that's completely fine. But I don't think that evidence should necessarily be a defining factor. And that may be sort of odd to say, but I do think that there are many things that can be shown to be true with no prior knowledge, right? And so
many things that
like
can be
in
shown to be true with
cryptography,
no
for
prior
example.
knowledge. Give me an example.
Yeah, like in cryptography, for example.
What do you mean? Can you give me an example?
Yeah, so you know about like zero knowledge proof for cryptography?
Yes, I am familiar with those.
Yes. So pretty much.
But I mean, you
similar.
still know stuff. You still know stuff. You just don't know stuff about that particular problem. Right?
Yeah, you don't have any evidence about that particular thing. Is that correct to say? You just know a general basis of rules that many of these things sort of tend to respect. Is that fair to say?
So you know a framework. You just don't. You
know a framework.
So it's like it's zero knowledge, but it's not no evidence, right?
There's a framework. There's no
like the evidence is the evidence is the logical deductions that you can make from the information that you have.
Yes, but I don't think logical deductions. Sure, okay. Let's say logical deductions are evidence, right?
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Okay, sure. I mean, they can be. I mean, logic can be quite finicky. I just finished my logic class, and logic can be quite bizarre sometimes, and paradoxes exist, right? So let's just say that
hold on. What do you believe that there are true paradoxes?
I mean, there's like Bertrand's paradox, like for example, which is what I learned in my class. But there probably are paradoxes out there. Yes.
Well, wait. So a paradox is generally a sign that the axioms are sick, right?
Yeah, and then that's when we get to the initial.
So then you just change your axioms, and you just don't accept those axioms anymore. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
but you can always
paradoxes are generally
to accept. So
paradoxes are generally a sign that you have a falsehood.
Yeah, hold on. Can we at least agree that if you're looking at something logically, then you can always come up with a set of axioms to make something true. Is that correct?
You can literally just accept any proposition as an axiom. Sure.
Yes. Exactly so. Right?
Sure. You can do that.
I feel like you can do that, and there is no problem with that, right? So we do this in math, which is one of the most like dictated, let's say not, I wouldn't say rigorous, right? And there are many cases where you can accept many different axioms to be true and end up with the same results in a system with more limited axioms, right? And whether it matters or not, like it all depends on it. That's what I said. It all depends on your framework and then how you frame the question. So I guess you're essentially saying that believing in God always has a negative, like has infinite downside for you no matter what you pick, right? Because when I mentioned Pascal's wager, you flipped it around and mentioned Blitz wager, right? And then I said, well, yeah, that's because you framed it that way. So is it fair for me to assume at least that you believe that any sort of belief in God leads to infinite downside for you?
No. So the problem is I gave you a symmetric argument.
Yes.
But in both arguments, there's a mistake.
Which is
And I was hoping that you would catch the mistake in Blitz's wager, and then I could be like, aha, but that same mistake is in Pascal's wager. The mistake in Blitz's wager is that it assumes that that there is a true dichotomy, that either atheismo and no other god exists, or no god exists at all. But that's not a true dichotomy. It could be that the Christian God exists and atheismo doesn't exist, or it could be that the Greek pantheon exists and none of the other ones exist. And the point is that that's what Pascal's wager misses as well. Pascal's wager misses the possibility that there are gods that will send you to hell for being a believer. So, like, the argument, the Pascal's wager argument is a false dichotomy argument.
okay, sure. So, if you want to make that case, that's completely fine, right? So, I guess the main reason I try to use that argument is because, let's say, for example, you mentioned the Christian God exists and no other God exists, and you want to claim that it's a false dichotomy. I think that the question is that, God exists or God does not exist. Now, there may be different criteria on that God, like you mentioned, there may be atheismo that's real, or the Christian God that's real. But that is not my belief, and I think at this point it's going to be very hard to convince you of my belief. I think that there's.
But then how do you come to the belief? Why would Pascal's wager convince you to believe in a God if it's possible that atheismo is real?
Well, first, because I'd never heard of Blitz's wager before that, and second, because I think even then, right? I think let's assume that atheismo is real. I don't want to say half the time, because I think half the time is kind of odd, but let's say there's a spectrum in which certain gods can be real, like undefined, unexplainable, and he's equally likely to be real as the Christian God, as the Muslim God, as the one true God, as, let's say, equally likely as any faith that someone can have, like, believes in, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe that, if that is the case, that all these gods are equally likely to be real, and one of them, let's say maybe even 3 or 5 of them, will punish you for not believing in them specifically. I think if you have, of all the religions, all of the possible set of beliefs, which you may not agree with, right? But my premise is that let's just assume that whatever someone is telling you is true, like, it could be false, but I think when you argue religion with people, it's very hard to be like, yeah, your religion is just false, right? And people take that from a good point, right? So I guess atheism is different because you're saying that there is no God. That I don't believe. I think that it'd be quite hard for a universe to be random, and I think that trying to disprove atheism,
that's a straw man.
Yeah, I mean, that, sure, okay, it is a straw man, right? But
so then why say it? Why do a straw man argument?
Yeah, it's okay, sure, it's a straw man argument, right? I think that's my perspective, right? Like, that's just my perspective. I can't.
Okay, your perspective on atheism is a straw man perspective.
Yes. Let's say.
So then, why aren't you interested in fixing your straw man?
No, not particularly, because I think religion and any sort of belief system that you have in general is more about how it affects the marginal quality of your life, right? It's not about being.
Do you know?
Right
wait.
or wrong.
So, do you know what a straw man is?
Yeah, I believe so. Well,
Can you tell me
definitely
what
heard
a straw man
about
is?
A straw man. What is a straw man argument? A straw man argument is not an appeal to authority. A straw man argument is when you're sort of, mentioning something that your opposition cannot show to be false. Is that fair to say?
No. A straw man argument is when you argue against something that the opposition doesn't believe in. So, like, if I said, "You're a Christian, right?" and then I proceed to say, this is an example. If I said, "You're a Christian, right?" that means that you like to eat babies, and then I go on to argue about how eating babies proves God isn't real. That would be a straw man, because being a Christian has nothing to do with eating babies. Similarly, being an atheist has nothing to do with believing that the universe came about randomly.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. So, let me not use that point since it's a straw man and you believe that it's not a fair point. So, you essentially believe that there's no God. I don't believe that there's no God because I feel like let's not even call it evidence, but I feel like humanity as whole has evolved from very nothing to very lot of things, right? And technologies have changed, belief systems and many different things have changed over history. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, lots of belief systems
So
change all the time. Sure.
yeah, like the common examples like slavery. We don't do slavery anymore, except in the
Yep.
Middle East, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And some
So
parts of North Africa, I think.
yeah, no, North Africa is getting up. Yeah, no, they're selling to the Middle East. But
Isn't there like some stuff happening in Sudan? Like some slavery happening in Sudan, and I think that's like kind of North Africa,
No,
right?
I'm from Africa, so they're in Sudan. Usually, a lot of people just try to immigrate out of Sudan and get sold into slavery
No, but
by the people who are supposed to help them immigrate.
right. But that's like slavery, right?
Yeah, but that's not.
I'm not saying like
sure, right.
Africa's like a shithole. I'm just saying like yeah, there's still some slavery in Africa, still some slavery in the
Yeah.
Middle East. Like somebody in the
Even in
comments said
China,
Libya.
probably. Yeah, Libya for sure.
Arguably not slavery in China, but well, maybe there is in the West. But
Indentured servants. Let's put it that way.
But like indentured servants, perhaps, yeah.
Yeah. So pretty much, damn, and now I lost my train of thought. Thank you talking about
Sorry
these
about that.
indentured servants. My apologies.
You were saying that
So
we
yeah,
don't do slavery
the
anymore.
beliefs have evolved
change.
over time, right? So why do you think that the religious belief has been so sticky throughout all of history? There's always been a desire for people to believe in a higher power. Is that fair to say? You said you were raised Jewish, right? Or you've been around a lot of Jewish people. I don't know how you were raised.
Yeah.
And so you came into the atheist belief. So you
No,
sat.
well, so to be clear,
Yeah.
I've been an atheist as long as I can remember.
Okay.
But I mean, I absolutely agree that like religiosity is pretty sticky, and it might even be
Yes.
like biological. It might be like a biological thing that's like inbuilt into humans,
Sure.
like inbuilt into human psychology. And I suspect it's basically because it's kind of the consequence of like pattern matching and cause seeking taken to the extreme, right? Like if you have the predisposition to like when you hear rustling in the bushes, you think, oh no, that's a tiger, then you're more likely to survive than like if you hear rustling in the bushes and you're just like, that's just the wind, right?
Yes.
And so if you take that if you take that kind of pattern seeking or pattern recognition kind of to the extreme, and you're like, you hear thunder in the distance, and you're like, oh no, that's an angry man, and then you start doing some rituals, that you can see how that's like the same kind of behavior as having a certain response to like rustling in the bushes. It's just like, it's the same kind of pattern matching of this thing I don't understand, or this thing that I don't know what the answer is, has some sort of agential cause. It's caused by some sort of agent or some sort of creature. That's just the thing that humans typically do. Like, we see something, and if we don't understand it, we kind of attribute it to something alive, right? And so like for a long time, people didn't understand lightning, and so like, well, that must be a guy who throws lightning bolts, right? And
Yes.
that's how you end up with Zeus. So like, and if you see like a scratching that looks like it's in a pattern on a rock, you're like, somebody must have left a message for me. Or if you see like or if you see like something like a glowing rock or a glowing orb falling from the sky, you're like, it must be aliens. It can't just be a rock, right? So my point is that like humans tend to do this, where we like attribute things we don't understand to people or animals. And so
Yeah, the
maybe it's not so
supernatural beings
surprising.
that are out there to help us, let's say.
Yeah, so maybe it's not so surprising that this is just like that religion is kind of the ultimate extent of that.
The dominant like theory or system of belief. Okay, I guess so. A few things that you said that I'll try to argue for. Like I said, I don't think I'll be able to convince you here. I guess the first thing is, my opinion on religion is it's not about evidence. It's not about God. It's not about all these truths, like, and all these faults. It's all about something that's supposed to increase your quality of life. As far as I'm concerned, no one knows what's in the afterlife, so we could all be wrong, and fucking Jesus could be watching us being like, yo, this is like a crazy Netflix show. These guys are stupid, right? And we could all be wrong, right? But generally, I think having some set of belief system related to God, or it doesn't necessarily have to be related to God, but some set of belief system generally increases the quality of your life. And maybe that's not the case for you, and that argument might not apply to you because you believe that you're living the best life that you can, even without believing in any God. The second argument that I would make is, in the end, I think, humans have evolved, and we've evolved to a point today where, people can make their own arguments and their own perspectives about religion and atheism. I think that's another thing. The third thing I would say is, I think humanity evolves to solve problems, right? And so, I think that there are definitely certain problems that we will run into that are, always going to be, say, unsolvable, right? And I think maybe if there's next level of technology, but I think the main thing that, at least something that AI has taught me, like, it's a transcendental technology that I've been alive and been able to witness myself for the first time. Like, quantum computing is all just mumbo jumbo. You hear it in the background and people use it, but you don't see it in your daily life. Is that even as new solutions to problems come out, more and more problems will keep occurring. And for that reason, I feel like more and more people will believe. Now, if that may not be a valid reason for you to believe, but I think that generally having any set of belief system that believes in a power higher than yourself trying to assist you, even if, let's say, that may be completely false, is beneficial to you, in that it helps your mentality. And if that doesn't help your mentality, then this is not an argument that will convince you, sadly, for me, right? So yeah, that's it.
All right, fair enough. Well, Divine, thanks for being
That's
here.
it.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Take care. Have a good day.
All right, I'm going to bring up another guest, this time from YouTube. Spasmaticus, how's it going? Somebody in the TikTok comment says, how much joy do you get feeling intellectually superior to the layman from that high horse? I mean, thank you for calling me intellectually superior, I guess. Am I not allowed to have arguments because I'm credentialed? Spasmaticus, are you there?
Hey, sorry, 1 second. Just switching over from YouTube.
You're good. Oh, while you're doing that, I should shout out some super chats. Grimlock with the $5. I hope the search is going well. It's not. My condolences on having to return to the US being in its current state. Yeah, me too. And with Garba Gaiman with the 5 Canadian, come to Canada, join the Rebel Alliance. I would, but my wife can't practice law there.
Hey, you there?
I am here. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you. Sorry, I was just switching over.
Great. So to be clear, you did mention in the chat that it wasn't stolen. This is with regard to Christianity doing Jewish appropriation.
Yeah, I was just kind of messing around. But yeah, you can go over some of these if you want.
Yeah, I mean, like, so to be clear, like, Judaism is a closed practice, so it cannot be spread. This is a violation of Jewish tradition. So even if there were Jewish people who, like, evangelized, which is what happened, that doesn't mean it's not appropriation.
I suppose. Okay, when I view the term appropriation, it's like an external, like, person who is not connected to it at all steals it, incorporates it, right? But the tradition of Christian tradition is that it came from Judaism. It willingly said, "Hey, Gentiles can be a part of God's, I don't know, plan or whatever," and that's why. I mean, that's
well, yeah.
my
So
understanding. Really.
basically, that was a Jewish person being a heretic. So.
Hey, yeah, but you're just arguing gatekeeping at that point. Like,
yeah, the Jews get to decide. Wait, but to be clear, Jews are the people who get to decide how to gatekeep Judaism, right?
Right. Sure, and an offset of one of those Jews decided to change it. So
right, no, I'm talking about the Jews alive today. They get to they get to decide what's Jewish and what's not, right?
Yes, but
so
back then, years ago, a Jew said no to that. So,
yeah. But so
yeah.
like if a black person, and this is like silly to have this conversation. We don't have to have this conversation, but just to put a pin on it, if a black person said to a white person, yeah, or if a black person said to all white people, yeah, you guys can wear locks, you guys can wear like dreads, that's totally fine with me. That wouldn't make it not appropriation when a white person does it, right?
It's kind of a bad example because dreadlocks are not exclusive to black people, but yeah.
Wait, yeah, they are. Braids aren't, but dreadlocks are.
there's a factoid that I thought a long time ago. I thought dreadlocks existed with the ancient Egyptians, and they're not black. They're not sub-Saharan, but black. So, but
No,
that
no,
their
so-
civilizations kind of died off. So
Okay,
it
well,
doesn't really-
my understanding is that that's false, but regardless, you know what I mean with the
I
example.
think
there,
I
right?
get what you mean. I don't know. I don't know if I really buy it. I mean, Jews want to be protective of their text, and I completely understand that. But like, I don't view it as like Europeans stole Judaism and changed it. It spread naturally by conversion, and that originated from Jews. It wasn't an external civilization looking in and stealing it. We don't have to have this conversation, but like, I don't know. It's very hard language.
So it's a personal pet peeve of mine that Christians call the Hebrew Bible the Old Testament, because that's supersessionism, and that's kind of gross. But anyway,
The old, okay, well,
what God do you believe in?
Well, okay. My history with religion is I've been atheistic for a long time, but I'm getting sold back into it, I think. I don't know if that's something we can discuss, but like, I think it's kind of funny that you said, what would you call it again? We're calling the Old Testament, calling the Old Testament is apocryphal.
Calling it the Old Testament is supersessionism.
Supersessionism. Well, I originally was a Mormon, so they believe in, well, I guess actually because I'm ethnically Mormon, but they believe in a New Testament, so it's kind of funny.
A New Testament, the part 3 in the trilogy.
Yeah, a trilogy. Yeah, basically, a New Testament, basically.
Yes.
I guess my contention, like not contention. I don't want to be aggressive about this, but I'm trying to understand your point of view, because in order to persuade you, I have to kind of understand how you think. But in the sense of like, where do you view the world like as you dissatisfied with the playing board of religion, like how religious people are, how they act, or just the whole pie, like from the completely ground level, you just disagree entirely that there is a God, that there ever could be a God?
It's kind of both. Like, so generally speaking, I don't generally have a problem with, like, philosophically, I don't generally have a problem. Like, if people want to believe what they want to believe, it's like whatever, I don't care.
Sure.
I don't believe in a God. I don't think that there is such a thing. But if people wanted to believe in a God and it didn't affect the way that they interacted with the world, and like, you know, if generally people who believed in a God interacted with the world in the way that I interact with the world, you know, believing the same sets of true things as I do, except that perhaps that one thing, then I really wouldn't have a contention with it. The issue is that the kinds of like there seems to be a strange correlation, at least in the United States, between people who are religious, in particular Christian, and people who also, for example, don't believe that climate change is real. And that's really disconcerting to me.
Well, okay, I don't think that's exclusive to religion, though. I mean, historically,
no, but there is
Christians...
there's a high correlation, is what I'm saying. Like, if you like
the
group that's, well, I mean, you can just go check, like, of American Christians,
no.
It's like half of American Christians don't think that climate change is real.
No, sure. I don't think that's exclusive to religious people, though. Like, Christians have, and plus Muslims too, they've added to science in ways that atheists haven't. Like, historically, like over vast swaths of time.
Yeah. So what I'm talking
about, they've added
to
science, and they believe in science. But
I probably wouldn't have a problem. Well, okay. So if you go back 400 years,
there are atheistic ideologies that are anti-science as well. So it's not exclusive. So
I understand that it's not exclusive. My point is that like I care quite deeply about climate change. And so it is quite disconcerting to me that the largest contingent of people who are fighting against doing anything about climate change are Christians. That is the largest contingent of people in the United States.
What would you like done with climate change? I don't want to get super political, but like
I would like anything to be done. Anything more than what we're currently doing. There's so much that could be.
But I'm slightly political. Like, I hear the argument. I hear some crazy things from some client believers. Sorry,
I mean,
really
I can be more specific. I can be more specific. I think that if I had my way, we would have had a gentle transition to green power 25 years ago, and you know, we would be fully carbon neutral now, and that would be great. But we can't have that because we can't go back in time. And so I think that probably the most politically expedient thing to do is just to impose a pretty harsh carbon tax. That would probably be
Okay.
the most plausible thing that we could do that would actually make a difference.
Historically, I would push back though, because the answer I believe for clean energy is nuclear, and for some reason,
Yeah,
people who
I'm
were very
on board on nuclear.
anti-God and were heavily green had a big scare about it.
Well, to be
back in the
fair,
day.
it was scary
Honestly.
in the 80s, right? Like it was
Yeah,
the
but it
80s was a
that
scary time for nuclear.
It was, but it was mostly born out of stupid communists not knowing how to do it right. We in the West
Well,
knew how to.
I mean, there was also 3 Mile Island, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know enough about it really, but like the fear of nuclear wasn't warranted. I don't believe.
I agree. I agree it wasn't warranted, but people are
Even
dumb.
for the time, though. True. Okay. I don't really know how do we get down this engine fact?
Anyway, you said that
well,
you're a
what about-
former you're a foreman, right? Former Mormon.
I haven't heard that term before.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't exist. I just think it's kind of cute. But do you believe?
Homo,
But
I like that. Yeah.
then you were an atheist, and now you're coming back to belief in God, or?
Yeah, I think that's like I think so. I think I can kind of describe it like that. So we can kind of go over. I wrote down some notes. Like, I don't think Mormonism really plays into Pascal's wager. Like, it doesn't engage with it, and I kind of appreciate that. Like, they don't really believe in a hell, so that whole discussion doesn't really apply to Mormonism. Like, you have to completely buy into it, but there is no hell really in Mormonism, which is I appreciate because it lessens zealotry. I would push. Like, most people who believe in hell and want to go out and kill people are like, it appeals to some part of humanity that's like, I am sending this person to hell, and that doesn't really exist in Mormonism because we don't really believe in a hell.
Mormons don't have hell.
That's something
That's
appreciate.
cool.
I think I appreciate that. What else? I guess I don't really know how to like. It's hard to convince. Like, because what was it? You said in your earlier you're what was it? Moral anti-realist. So basically,
Yeah.
like am I understanding correctly? It's like you're very like everything's subjective in your beliefs. It's not relative.
I
You
mean,
don't
at
believe
least
it's
morals. At least morals are, yeah.
morals. Okay.
No, I should clarify because this is a point of misunderstanding quite frequently. I think that there are potentially some universal, or at least like human universal moral truths. Things like, or nearly universal moral truths. Things like don't murder my children.
Sure.
That murdering my children is bad. Probably every human, or almost every human, believes that.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, there might be some exceptions, but that's like probably as close to universal as you can get. And that doesn't mean it's not subjective. It just means that it is very, very popular. So, and you can have things like that are a result of like human psychology. Like, these are just features of human psychology universally, but that doesn't mean it's not subjective. That's all I'm saying. So you can have like universal moral truths that are still subjective. That's all I was trying to convey. Anyway, yeah, but generally I'm a moral anti-realist.
Okay. Yes, I don't know. Like I would say that I am completely a cultural bigot. I'll just flat out say it. Like, there are some cultures who have certain beliefs that I would be absolutely fine fighting the rest of my life against. So
I mean,
you say like, oh,
I
some
would
cultures
probably
don't.
agree with that.
You'd probably agree with that too. Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
to be clear, moral anti-realists or subjectivists of some kind, they're not like saying everybody has the right to their own opinion, right? Like I like if you have a culture
Sure,
that
yeah.
says, yes, we should do slavery, I think that's bad and we should fight against that culture. I can't think of
Okay.
any like cultures where that's like the thing that they like care about the most. I think that like, but like, yeah, so like I definitely have preferences, and if there are cultures that go against my preferences and I think that they're like abusing people or whatever, I'm happy to fight against that.
Okay. I kind of want to get back to like the belief in God thing, and I'm having
Yeah,
kind
sure.
of a difficulty sort of conveying. Like, I think it's necessary for humans to believe in God in order to progress morally, like spiritually. I'm kind of reaching for that, but like in the sense of like most religions I contend with most religions believe like you either believe in God, you don't, you either go to hell, you go to heaven, and you kind of just worship God forever and ever. I think that's kind of limiting to the human condition, like that belief. Like I kind of like the idea of eternal progression, eternally improving. That's something that's kind of key in Mormonism, is the idea that you can become like God, quote unquote. I
Do
know
you
that kind
get
of people.
so I saw
Yeah,
the Book of Mormon recently. I don't know how
the
much of it
play.
is true. The play. Yeah, I saw it on in the West End in London. And they say that you get your own planet. Is that true?
Yes, Mormons are very materialistic in their belief in God. They don't believe that God is everywhere and everything like most Christians believe. They believe he has an actual tangible body, that your spirit is of another form of matter, basically. Like we don't like it tries to ground itself. So yes, there if God exists, he would have a planet. And if you were going to become like a god, you would have a planet too and have like they believe that we're God's children, so you would technically be raising children as well. So it's very family oriented in that respect. I could be completely botching it. If some other Mormon in the comments want to say I'm wrong, it's fine because I haven't been going to church in quite a while. So, but does that kind of make sense? Like it's very materialistic.
Yeah,
in that
I mean, I
sense.
get it.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm not going to say it's any more absurd than like, some other religious traditions that I've heard of. So,
sure. So yeah, like I kind of my eyes kind of roll into the back of my head when everyone's talking about like when you guys are debating about like logic of God existing, if this exists before this, it's like I don't fully get it. Like I think my main point with Mormonism is that I think it has a good message and it makes coherent sense with the human spirit and human nature. The idea
so,
of wanting to progress, it's kind of Nietzschean in a way, and I appreciate
so
that.
the only issue, so I don't know a lot about Mormonism.
Sure.
So, but I do know that like it's definitely had some issues with like women and
Sure.
non-white people in the past, correct?
Yeah. No, for sure.
So, kudos to Mormons for allowing black people into the church now, right? Like that's cool. It took a while, but that's cool.
If I
But like,
understand correctly, they're allowed to go to church, but certain ordinances they were barred from in the temples. But yes.
but my point
But
is it just seems like that the kinds of things that we're giving Mormons kudos for now for kind of getting with the times, like we don't need Mormonism to have, right? So
yeah, and that was one of the contentions I had when I left the church, was the idea that like, okay, if this is God's will on earth, why isn't it pushing moral, like why wasn't it there to like say, hey, like push civil rights before the civil rights movement? Why was it
right.
responding after the fact? And I completely get that. And that is something I could see why people would lose their faith over. I think, but over time I've kind of realized it's like, well, it's not a perfect church in the sense that people aren't perfect, and the people running it probably had some ideas that they pushed into the church that weren't correct. Like I don't think most Christians even contend with that with their scriptures. There are prophets in the scriptures that have done bad things and have said incorrect things. Like there's no like I don't really see that as a massive issue. Like people make mistakes.
But then we don't. But then why have the church at all when we can just come to those conclusions in like a purely secular way?
Because I think there's value in having a continuum of moral values. Like I don't believe there's a very big push nowadays in like modernity that you are an individual, like in everything and everywhere. But like I don't think it's not really true. You are a product of your culture, your religion, your community. So just doing away with religion entirely, you're kind of removing a section, like a part of humanity. You would be kind of sick without it, and that's kind of my position, I would think. Yeah, that makes sense. You can push back on that. It's fine.
No. So I see what you're saying, and like I agree that community is super important for humans. Like, I mean, I'm very pro-social generally. You may even say that I'm a socialist, if you will.
Oh no.
not one of the. I mean, I do like society, so like I get that. I think that the community that we like, I absolutely agree that there's a lot of value in the community that you can get from church. Like, especially, like I've heard stories, that I haven't had this experience, but I've heard stories. Like you go to school and you have a bunch of friends in school, and if you don't get married by the time you finish high school or you finish college or whatever in like a rural part of the country, the only time that you have the chance to meet somebody to spend your life with is either at church or at the bar. And you're going to find a different group of people at church than you will at the bar. And so, if you take away the church, then it only leaves you with the bar.
Yeah.
So I can understand that there's a very important sense of community that you can get from religious affiliation. But that seems more of like a problem with like the way that we've kind of developed as a society in the last, say, 100 years, that the only institutions that we have left for kind of social engagement are religious institutions, and less of like a necessity of the church itself,
I would disagree in the sense that like I've heard all this before in the sense of I left because of Christopher Hitchens' YouTube clips. Basically, he kind of converted me. And one of the selling points was like, oh, we're entering a new age where we don't need religion, and atheists will create a new community, which is even more moral and more better than anything else. And that just never materialized. There is no atheistic like hub of decency. It's kind
have
of.
you been to Reddit? No.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so
no greater hive of scum and villainy than Reddit.
Yeah, like the standards aren't not great there. So I would sort of disagree. Like, I think religion, it has to exist. Like, I don't think there is a atheistic alternative, and there never will be. That's probably my opinion. Something about believing in God is necessary.
So I live in a strange country. I don't live in the U.S. I'm American, and I'm moving back in 2 weeks, but I currently don't live in the U.S. I live in the Czech Republic. And it's an interesting country because despite being, in some sense, the heart of Protestantism, in fact, one of the first Protestant movements started in Prague, and that's why there's a famous defenestration of Prague. The strange thing about the Czech Republic is that it's the most atheist country in Europe, by like a wide margin too. It's like 95% atheist. But like they seem to get along just fine. They still have churches, and people still like celebrate Easter, and people still like, there's still like Christmas is still a huge deal, and like there's nativity scenes up at Christmas and stuff like this. But like basically everybody's atheist. So it seems like you can keep the trappings of all of this without believing in a god. Okay, and it seems to work fine here.
I lived in England, and I can kind of see the parallels. I lived there as a kid. It's heavily, like, culture's heavily Christian influenced, and you can tell that by the way they speak and the way they kind of view the world. They have like a very Christian view of humanity. Everyone's God's children. We're all equal, yada, yada, yada. But everyone's kind of an atheist by default. So I guess I can sort of see that.
Yeah.
It's not a hardcore atheism. It's more of a softcore. It's isn't really talked about. At least that's how I understand it. Like, no one's like there's no culture of atheism. There's no, because that's how I kind of view atheism. Atheism is more like a response to Christianity. And if you just don't, you kind of get what I'm saying? I don't know.
I think sort of.
It's different from atheist, like Reddit atheism, but yeah.
Well, yeah, Reddit atheism is cringe. Like absolutely, I will agree with that. I had my time being a Reddit atheist when I was in college, and then I realized that like wearing a fedora is cringe, right? we all had this phase,
we had this phase, yeah.
We all sat there watching Christopher Hitchens, and anyway, but I just think that like we can have the trapping, I don't participate in any of the personally, I was raised Jewish. Like my parents are Jewish. I never really believed, but like I partook in all of the traditions and stuff like that. And I still do that. Like when when I move back to the States, I'm still gonna do Passover with my mom, and I'm still gonna probably even go with her to temple on the high holy days, because that's what she expects of me. And so like, I don't know. I feel like you can still have those things, but also not believe in God. Like, it just doesn't seem like it's a necessary ingredient to have like these traditions and these kind of like, you know what I mean?
I mean, I think you can still be a good person and be atheistic, but if you can't have, like, that's the thing. I think you can have good atheists in religious societies, but you can't have an atheistic society that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, we can exist within this Christian paradigm because it's a Christian paradigm. Like, if it was anything else, then it wouldn't work.
Well, what do you call a society where 95% of them are atheists?
Well, their culture is, I still view as heavily Christian. It still has Christian ideals. Like you can see it in their politics. It's still like, even though they're not, you kind of get what I'm saying? And if you just like, I think Europe is suffering from a lack of Christianity. They are.
What do you so like? I mean, so I don't know a lot about Czech politics, but like, what's Christian about like these very secular nations?
What's Christian about them?
Yeah.
Well, if I'm getting, I guess, political, it's kind of the belief that like everybody can be the same. We're all God's children, and
but that's not like uniquely Christian, right?
Kind of is. I mean,
in fact, that's like, I mean, that's Jewish, right?
Well, no, you kind of said earlier that Jewish is very exclusionary, right? It's very much, no, we're different from you.
Yeah. But in Judaism, all men and women, all people are created in God's image. It's just not all people are Jewish.
Sure, but like you can see that in their culture. Like they don't treat outsiders the same way that Europeans treat outsiders. It's quite different.
Well, I don't know how well Europeans treat outsiders, but
well, they're extremely welcoming, and I don't.
Are they though? Are they? I don't know if you've been paying attention for the last 10 years, but like,
yeah, I think that's changing because I think they probably invited people into their cultures that don't gel with Christianity or that mindset very well. I think that's their.
I mean, to be clear, this phenomenon of Europeans being welcoming of outsiders is a phenomenon that started in like the 50s maybe and ended in like the 2010s. So that's like 60 years over the entire 4,000 year history of Europe.
I'm more clued into British history, and it didn't end until like Boris left office. But yes,
yeah. So like the 2010s or maybe the 2010s. Yes. It's been like 3 generations compared to like 4,000 years.
Yeah, and I think it's done significant damage. And I think you can
see
it.
But hold on. Then that defeats your worldview, because not your worldview. Sorry, that defeats the claim that you made, which was that, oh, Europe is very welcoming because of this Christian belief that everybody's equal. But Europe, for the vast majority of its history, has not been welcoming at all.
Trying to think about that. So, you say that again?
Yeah, so for the vast majority of Europe's history, in fact, for the part of Europe's history where it was most religious, it has been very unwelcoming, right? In fact, the time when it was most welcoming was when it was least religious.
I suppose. Yeah, well, when I say, okay, yeah, makes sense. People like, it's when people say like welcoming, like people like, I'm trying to think, like most Christians, like all Christians believe that anyone can be a Christian, but there is also an ethnic component that there is always going to be a nationalistic ethnic component to people's countries, whether they're Christian or not. I don't know. I think it's just more of it's more of a recent phenomenon that these Christian nations are saying, well, just pick a Pakistani or an Indian and they can come over and they can be just like you. And it's sort of a weird atheist. I view it as more of a weird atheistic warping of Christianity.
Isn't that more Christian though? Hold on. Isn't that more Christian because, we're all created in the image of God?
Yeah, but yes, like there's the component that yes, anyone can become Christian.
It's not that anybody can become Christian. It's that we're all the same. That we're all equally worthy of love and respect and value because we're all created in the image of God.
Yeah, this is where
like that's actually like one of the things I like about like Judaism and Christianity is that position, and Islam to a lesser extent they have something similar. That's one of that's like one of the good features of the Abrahamic faiths, that this notion that everybody was created in God's image. But like that has like just as a matter of historical fact, that has not been a belief that most Christians have held.
It's interesting. It's like I clearly believe in like evolutionary psychology. I do believe different groups of people are different and will have different temperaments towards different things. I think that's kind of scientifically proven at this point.
Not really.
But you need
humans haven't diverged for sufficiently long to have like different brain structures.
Okay, but then why has there been such division in places like Europe with these immigrants? Why haven't they just, if everyone's so fungible, why haven't people just immediately become European? Why don't they
Well,
just
because
leave
it's
their culture was?
because
Because your
people are
culture, your
ingrained. People's culture is pretty much fixed by the time they're a young adult, right? Like the culture that somebody has is the culture that they're going to like. For example, um, like if you I don't want to use a personal example. Let's say that like if you have somebody who grew up in, I don't know, in Italy and moved to China when they were 25, they're
Mm.
they're not they're not going to give up their Italian ways. They're still going to have like those Italian norms that they grew up with. They're going to have those Italian traditions that they respect. They're going to be like they'll never be Chinese. They'll be Italian, but that's because they grew up with that. But if you take an Italian kid who's 3 years, like a 3-year-old Italian kid, and have them adopted by Chinese parents, they'll be just as Chinese as their Chinese parents, except they'll look different.
For sure. Yeah. I'm kind of half and half on this. Like there is room for change for people. Like that's the whole like basis of Christianity is that people can convert. Like you're not just who you are like permanently, like how you were born. Like you can, in your age where you can have rationality, you can discover religion and you can be a fervent believer. And I do appreciate that. That's a good idea. And it also limits some of the like more hardcore beliefs about different cultures being 100% different from us, or you know what I'm saying. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. Not quite sure. How do we get on this conversation? Sorry, I'm kind of wandering around, but like, I think the topic was basically like, why do we need Christianity or religion? Can't we just have
I'm sorry, I was muted. You made the claim that like
Sorry.
these European countries that are like very secular are still like Christian in their politics.
Yeah, I view it's more like they've like left Christianity, like they've left the churches, but like the ethos in some Christianity's kind of been added to their politics, and it's not the same. So it's, I don't know. Like in Christianity, there's like expectations put on you. You can't just say I'm a Christian. There are things you have to do. There are ways you have to behave. You can say that yeah, we're all God's children, we're all equal, but you have to conform to a standard. And the problem with Europe right now is that they're just saying yes, everybody's equal and we're all the same, but also we're not going to impose any standards on you. Just hopefully,
What do you mean
when you
we're not
come
going to
here
impose any
and
standards?
become,
There's still, there are laws, right? Those are
yeah,
standards.
sure, but I've been following British politics quite heavily, and it's become clear to me that they do not apply the laws the same to foreigners under the fear of being called a racist. Like the whole grooming gang scandal is kind of sickening to me as an American. Like I'm still
I
an
think
outsider.
that you may be consuming media that is leading you to believe that this is a bigger problem than it is.
Possible. I mean, I can't prove it one way or another, but I think I've read the statistics that the belief that like increasing their population is going to get them out of their economic problems has not been the case. And I think Keir Starmer just came out recently and just said, yeah, immigration's been a failure in England. So I don't, yeah, we can move on from this discussion if you want. I don't really know how this is going to convince you of God in any way, but yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, it'll probably drive me further away from it if this is what I expect. If this is what I should expect from having faith, all things considered.
In what way?
I think the view that like Indians or Pakistani people are like inherently different from Europeans and as such cannot be made to fit into European culture is like pretty reprehensible, all things considered.
What do you mean by be made to conform to their culture? Like, what do you mean by that?
I didn't say being made to conform. I said they couldn't fit in. Like obviously, like Indian people fit into British culture quite well because their favorite food is a type of curry. So
I don't really feel like I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that I think the claim that people who are, not European just can't intrinsically cannot fit into European culture, I think that that's an absurd claim. And I think India is actually, or England is actually a perfect example of that, because we have an example of a brown group of people, Indians,
Sure.
who have meshed in quite well with British culture, even after being subjugated for 100 years. So, like, I think that it's a pretty, not only is it factually incorrect, it's also, like, reprehensible, so.
Well, I thought you earlier just said that an Italian who's like been raised can't just become a Chinese person just because they touched Chinese soil. So if they can't change,
so that's
Chinese,
a culture, that's a cultural thing, and that's a result of how you're raised. It has nothing to do with the intrinsic qualities of a person.
Sure, but the problem with what's going on in Europe is you aren't just bringing a bunch of children and raising them to become European. You're bringing people from a culture. They set up their little cultural enclaves and maintain their culture from where they came from. That's the issue, is there is no push for integration. That's all I'm saying. It's not really...
Forcing people to integrate is a bad thing. Encouraging people to integrate by making it easier to integrate, potentially a good thing.
Right, but I agree, forcing people is bad, but shouldn't at the door you should say, are you willing to integrate? That's what they're not doing. They're not.
I think that you should let people be the way they want to be, and you should make their lives easier, make it more welcoming so that they want to integrate. I think that's a good thing.
How do you do that?
That's a question for a politician.
Well, it's kind of connected to Christianity. You can't make someone believe a thing. Either they believe it or they don't. Either the person believes that they can become a British person or can adopt to Chinese standards, or they don't. It's kind of, people can't really be convinced one way or another. It's the same thing with
people
like belief in
absolutely
God.
can be convinced to do things. What?
Can you be convinced to believe a thing like that? Really? That's so ingrained within you? Like,
what? People change views. What?
Right, but when people say, "Oh, you can become an American," here's the ideas are work hard, have a good work ethic, and you can make it here. That's kind of like the ethos that's sold to people, and it's kind of worked out quite well. What is the impetus? Like, how do you tell an Indian person, here are the standards to become a British person? You can't really explain it. You have to live it, right? And you can't really live it without being there.
Are you saying that there is no British culture? Because if that's what you're saying, you might be right.
No, I'm saying it's like the same thing with Judaism, right? Like, I can't just become a Jew, and Jews have
You can convert. You can.
Yeah, I think
it's hard, but you can do it.
Well, yeah, I've heard it's like it's very discouraged. Even it's not even.
Well, yeah. So the rule is you have to be turned away 3 times, or, well, you have to ask 3 times. You have to be turned away twice.
Sure, but like, as far as I understand it, Jews are very protective of ethnicity. Like you said earlier, like you can't even steal their texts. It's like
no. It's not an ethnicity protection thing. And if you think that it is, then you're misunderstanding. It's a tribal thing. So in the same way that a tribe can adopt you,
a collection of tribes, basically.
I would say not really. It depends on what you mean by ethnicity. So people often conflate ethnicity with like genetic heritage, and those aren't the same thing. But in the sense that ethnicity can be adopted, absolutely, yeah, then it is about ethnicity. But sure, so one of the things in Jewish tradition, which is very good, it's one of the nice things about it, is that you are required by religious law to treat converts as if they had a Jewish soul. You cannot treat them worse than someone who is born Jewish. In fact, you are to respect them more because they had to go through the effort to become Jewish, whereas you just kind of got it by chance.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. It implies there's respect for authority. Like, but who's the authority on who becomes a Jew at that point? Like a rabbi, right?
The rabbi, yeah.
And the standards are very high. So high, in fact, like, I can't just say I'm a Jew and then immigrate to Israel. Like, they're like.
Well, yeah, no, you have to convert. There's a process.
Well, yeah, is that so? You have to convert to Judaism,
Mm-hmm.
They also do a genetic test as well, though, to become an Israeli citizen, right?
Well,
That's
or
what
you
I've
just
heard.
need. I mean, like, if you're claiming that you are, like, if you're claiming that you're like born as a Jewish person, you need to provide evidence that you were born as a Jewish person. If you're claiming that you converted to be a Jewish person, then you need to provide evidence that you converted, so you could get
Well,
like
the
a
double
testimony from a rabbi or whatever.
yeah, the double standard here is like there's like there isn't
And
any of that
by the way,
for
the
being a
notion.
Jewish person.
By the way,
Like there is
I'm not particularly fond of this notion that like yes, we should have like ethnic standards for citizenship of a country. I think that that's kind of like fucked up.
well, what would you have then?
I like the
Mayor
idea of, well, so all things considered, if I had my ideal world, I'm a socialist, remember, so I'd like an international community rather than, you know, ethnic or cultural like divides. But putting that aside, like, you know, the notion of like just solely, I think is what it's called, citizenship, where if you're born there, you're a citizen. I think that that's pretty cool. I think that the idea of being able to work for citizenship, I think that's like a fine thing too. You know.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like I think I kind of heard that when I was younger too. It's like, oh, like stand you earn your citizenship like serve in the military or yada yada yada. Yeah, I can respect that, I guess. The problem is I'm seeing is like that doesn't exist in Europe. There is no like.
Do you
like
know?
it does
Wait,
with
hold
Israel,
on.
there
Do you know
no
how hard it is
religious
to get
standard.
citizenship in Europe? It's like except for Spain, you can actually get citizenship in Spain pretty easily. But except for Spain, you can. It's really hard to get citizenship like anywhere in Europe. Like really hard, unless you're like super
I know
rich.
like you okay. I don't know specifics. Like I know Switzerland has pretty high standards. That's one
Switzerland is
country,
like the
but I know
hardest
places-
country to get citizenship in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There. I think there's a large gradient, like or like yeah, Switzerland's very protective of their citizenry in that sense. Like there's pretty high standards. They have money, yada yada. But there are other countries where it's quite lax, and it has been for quite a while.
Which country is it easy to get citizenship in Europe besides Spain, and maybe Portugal?
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Do they give citizenship to refugee status people,
No.
or do they have to go through it? Do that? Okay.
No, they get refugee status. They don't get citizenship.
But so they just are perpetually refugee. They never. There's no.
Well, they can
standards to
apply.
send
They
them
can
back.
apply for citizenship. They can
Sure,
apply for
but-
permanent residence, but that's a process. And in most European countries, it's not a short process.
Sure, but like, what's the difference between a refugee and a citizen? Like rights-based wise,
refugees can't vote. Refugees aren't necessarily going to get all of the protections that citizens would get.
Like what protections?
They could be deported at any time, for example.
Maybe that's well.
Citizens generally can't be deported from the country that they're citizens of.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but it's not like they're treated like second-class citizens while they're here.
Well,
yeah,
they are. I mean, they are.
has
They are.
There's
They
the
are.
right to if the situation that made them a refugee is no longer in place, then yeah, they can go back home. But the war's ended, or if they're economic refugees, if the economy's improved where they came from, then yeah, they can go back. I don't really see a problem with that. It was charity to begin with to say you're a refugee and we're going to allow you in. They don't have a right to become a citizen at that point. I don't really.
Why shouldn't they
See
be
the
allowed
there.
to apply for citizenship just like anybody else?
Are you saying? What are you asking?
Why shouldn't they be allowed to apply for citizenship just like everybody else?
I don't really see a problem with them applying. I don't know what the standards are.
The standards are generally like so where I live, so in the Czech Republic, you have to be a continuous resident for like 5 years. You have to pass like there's a high level language qualification.
Okay.
That you have to pass. You have to prove that you have stable income of one kind or another, if I remember correctly. It's a pretty involved process.
That kind of seems like the bare minimum to me. I don't know, like the ability to you can communicate in the native language and that you've lived here and that you have a job. That seems like the bare minimum. That isn't really saying you're like culturally in tune or contributing at all. That's not saying much.
Well, I mean, being able to support yourself means that you are contributing, right?
Yeah, but
That's
people
what it
can
means.
make money. Just you can be locked in your basement making money, making YouTube videos. It doesn't say much.
That's, I mean, that. Are you saying YouTubers shouldn't
It
be
doesn't say
granted
it all.
citizenship?
Sorry, say it again.
Are you saying that YouTubers shouldn't be granted citizenship? And wait a minute, hold on. Who are you to say
Like-
that who are you to say that like some jobs are more worthy than others?
That's just my opinion. I don't know.
Well, it's just my opinion that I don't know. What's your job?
I'm a spacecraft engineer.
It's just my opinion that space is stupid and spacecraft engineers are worthless.
Okay, yeah, but that should appeal to you though, right? Because like it's all subjective anyway. So you're gonna have your own subjective standard. Apparently,
Yeah, but the
language
point the point is
residency
like
standards is too
if you're
much,
producing
like-
if you're producing income, then you're paying taxes, and if you're paying taxes, then you're contributing.
Is that true?
Yes, that's what it means. That's one way to pay tax. That's one way to contribute. You pay taxes.
I don't know if they do stale tax in Europe. I don't know any of that shit. Like, okay, you can.
Yes, there's so much taxes here.
That's what I hear. But yes, okay.
It's actually not as high as you'd think. My taxes are about the same. I have to pay taxes in both countries, by the way, which is awful. My taxes would probably be slightly higher in the U.S. than they are in the Czech Republic, but
Look, all
Anyway.
I'm saying is like you live in the Czech Republic. That's an Eastern Bloc country in Europe. Those are pretty more.
it's Central
more
European.
right-leaning
They will fight you on
Oh.
this. It's Central Europe.
They were.
It
communists
borders
once.
Germany.
Don't even. Oh. Okay.
They weren't even in the
They're-
Soviet Union.
That's true, I suppose. They okay, but they were Com Bloc. Okay, they were still Com Bloc. Okay.
Yeah, so
Anyway.
was part of Germany.
True, and you can actually see that in the politics that there is quite a political divide between those two groups. But anyway,
funny how that works out. That the
it's.
former communists tend to be more conservative.
I think it just means they're more protective. They're more wary against state intervention. That would be my opinion. I haven't talked to any AFD members, so I don't know. But
I wouldn't talk to them. They're now considered a terror or a hate group, I think, in Germany. So, you don't want to
they
look
are.
at that.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It's probably not
You
very
should
democratic.
feel good about that. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go because we've been on for a while and
Yeah.
it's past my bedtime.
No, for sure.
So thanks
Have
for
I
being here.
convinced you?
No, you haven't. In fact, I would suggest you reconsider your view on race essentialism because it's kind of cringe. But all else being equal, I guess good luck. Take
Yeah,
care,
sure.
bud.
Well,
Yeah, so race essentialism is bad, actually. Turns out. But we have hope for everybody. We have hope. You're not gonna convince people to not be race essentialists by yelling at them. So you have to, you do your best, and then you get to recognize that they're also still bad people, right? Anyway, we have a super chat from Nitty who says, "Wow, well done, sir." This was in reference to Nitty asking, "Oh, is this guy just a racist?" And I said, "Yeah." Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's the kind of it's actually a really common racism in Europe, and it's which is like really weird, and it's not American racism, right? Because American racists will be like, "Yeah, those black people, they're bad, but also they're American." But European racism is like, "Oh, you might have been born in France, but if you're Moroccan, you'll never be French." Like it's very, very weird, and it's like it's like super, super essentialist. But it's just different. Grimlock with $5, thank you. It's not casual. They're very well. Okay, I guess it is casual because they're very open about it. Yeah, no. By the way, yeah. So this is absolutely right, Evan. The Czech Republic was communist because it got invaded by the USSR. There were tanks rolling down the streets. So like, yeah, like they didn't want communism, but they got it because of an invasion. So yeah, but I mean, in some principle, it was part of the communist. It was part of the. It was behind the Iron Curtain, if you will. So anyway, that was a fascinating conversation to end on, I guess. Babalu, when do you want to go to bed? Nope. Do you want to stay up longer? Maybe I'll bring on one more guest. I need a palate cleanser. Do you want to come say hi? You always look cute. I don't know why the TikTok guest box isn't opening. Sasha Brewer with the £5. As someone from the UK, the implication that we have no culture is offensive, and also very true. Yeah, look, I was in London. You guys have a lot of... Look, the Indian food in London is peak. But I don't know, man. Is that British? And Duke Mortis with the Galaxy. Thank you. I appreciate you. Do you match up to your own standards, Babs? You do. All right. If you want to say hi, you can.
Hello.
I told you guys, I'm not crazy. She's real.
Are people still wondering if you're married or if you're...
Some people do.
You have a real life?
Some people do. Also, YouTube will be a little bit behind, but YouTube hasn't seen you before. This will be your first time showing up on YouTube.
Hello, YouTube. And this is Dr. Blitz.
Look at all these people. Look at all of these people. Look how pretty they think you are. Blitz pulled a baddie. I know. Oh my god, I have such good pictures that I wish I could show you. Maybe I'll make a video later. Am I bothering you?
Interesting. I've never had a stranger
See?
call me princess. Thank you, Sarah.
Everybody likes you. They think they like you. They tolerate me.
I think they like you.
Well, maybe. Yeah, see, this is proper. Mrs. Dr. Blitz Esquire. God, my voice is still hoarse.
Do you have enough water?
I do. I filled it up. I did. All right, I'm gonna kick you off so I can have on one more guest.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
All right, go away. All right, let's bring on one more guest, y'all. How about Fuzzy Wuzzy?
Hey, Blitz.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, how's it going?
It's going great. It's going great. Hey, I heard you say earlier that you don't believe we have free will, which kind of
Yep.
broke my brain considering you're an atheist.
Yep,
Can you just elaborate on that?
I'm a determinist.
I'm not educated in philosophy. Can you like give me a quick 2-minute explanation?
Yeah, so I think that things in the universe are governed or described well by the laws of physics. Those laws of physics tell you if you have a certain set of conditions now, what the set of conditions will be in 30 seconds. And humans are such things in the universe. And so if you know the state of a human's brain now, then you can figure out what they're going to do next.
If I'm gonna decide to join your live or
Mhm.
turn off TikTok, that's out of my own personal control. It's already been
Well,
predetermined.
in some sense, it is your personal pre-control. Sorry. In some sense, it is under your control. It's just the fact that you wanted to do that wasn't under your control.
Okay, okay. But it's different than the religious concept of free will. It's more of like laws of nature type of free will,
Well,
laws of physics.
I don't understand. I don't think that there
Like it's not
is
like
free
there's a
will.
God who predetermines
Yeah, no. It's
my
just the universe has certain behaviors, and you're just part of the universe.
right. There's not some all-knowing being that knows what I'm gonna do.
Right.
So it's not free will in that sense. It's totally
Right.
different. It just happens to be the same phrasing, but it's a different kind of idea.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. I appreciate you.
Oh, okay. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
Somebody said what you said about Czech Republic is as wrong as flat earthers' claims. The Czech Republic being atheist? The Czech Republic is wildly atheist. I hear a kitty cat. Look, okay, there is culture in the UK. Like the British do have a culture. It's just it's subtle. Right? It's very subtle. Like it's kind of like it's hard to describe. It's like a way of being is very British. Their food sucks. That's why they had to steal their good food from India. I absolutely agree. Kapil Sapkota. Papa Fons asks from the YouTube comments, how do you believe life started? It always stops atheists in their tracks. Oh, well, I think it started via a chemical process. Ah, my TikTok is being so slow. It started from a chemical process. Adenine, guanine, thiazine, uracil, the various chemicals that can be found on Earth. You should just ask a chemist, though. A biochemist. They'd be able to give you a better description. Honest curiosity, how relevant is it to you that artificial and natural share a common origin? Not relevant really at all. Where did they come from? So Papa Fons, did your question really? Papa Fons, you know what? Just join the chat. I will bring you on as the last guest, Papa Fons. Just join the link behind me. I will bring you on, specifically you, as my last guest. How about that? You brave enough? Put your money where your mouth is, Papa Fons. I'm a physicist, so I can answer some of your harder questions. That apparently will stop any atheist in their tracks, right? Come on, don't be a coward. Papa Fons is in the YouTube chat, by the way. He has been yeah, so Papa Fons, we can have this conversation. You just got to join the Video Ninja call, and we can talk about it. Don't be a apparently the question are you going to join the live stream stops theists in their tracks because they can't answer the question. Bro is too afraid to defend his worldview, I guess. There he is. Turns out peer pressure and bullying works. Papa Fonz, welcome. Can you hear me all right?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is this the Papa Fonz?
Yes.
Okay. So your question was, where does life come from, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I said a chemical process taking place in a warm environment on Earth, where do we go from there?
Man, I'm gonna be so for real with you.
That's
I'm
not
Papa
fucking
Fonz, bro.
you.
He's a
Get out of
fucking
here.
coward. He's a coward, bro. He's not gonna join, bro. He's not gonna, bro. He's a fucking coward.
I knew it was fake because he was still typing in the YouTube chat. I knew it was fake. Papa Fonz. You have other people calling you a coward. Matthew, you have a whole series of Darth Dawkins crashing out on your live today? Oh, is that on YouTube or is that on TikTok? Papa Fonz, the chemicals came from the stars that they formed from. I answer your question, now you'll join, right? He said that if I answer the question, he'll join. Come on now, don't be a coward. I'm waiting. To be clear, somebody says I fear Darth Dawkins. It's not fear when I have offered a debate on a third-party platform. I wonder if this is the real Papa Fonz. Papa Fonz, is this the real you? It's not the real him because he's still typing. Why do you need a third-party platform? I need a third-party platform so he can't mute me the whole time. Papa Fonz, you lied. You said that you'd join when I answered your question. Papa Fonz, most honest person, most honest Christian. Or whatever his religion is, I guess. Papa Fonz, known liar, known cope. Coward for Jesus, coward for Christ. Somebody joined his saying, not Papa Fonz, but come on, debate me. All right. Is this the real Papa Fonz? Are you the real
yes,
Papa Fonz?
Fucking wrong, dumbass.
Wait, was that the... Do you think that was the real him? Hey, Papa Fonz, was that you? If that was you, that was really embarrassing. He left, by the way. All right. Well, I think that we're gonna end it there. If Papa Fonz doesn't want to come up, we can't make him. We can't make him the little crybaby. We can't make him come up and not be a little baby coward. All right, y'all. Thanks for being here. I might be live tomorrow. Who knows? I have packing to do. But, you know, I'll be around. And we should be doing our weekly show on Sunday. I should be back. So I'll see you guys then. And take care.